Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 16. Luca. I jolt awake to the rude blare of my phone alarm, heart hammering like I'm already standing in front of a panel of judges. For a disorienting moment, I forget where I am. My new partner's presence has shifted the entire rhythm of my life on Chef's Flame, so waking up feels like stepping onto foreign soil. Then it hits me. I'm in the loft, sharing it with contestants who aren't Harper. That weird sense of dislocation stings every time I remember we got split up. It has been days. I drag myself out of bed, tossing on my black pants and a fresh t-shirt, exhaustion tugging at my limbs. The forced partner shuffle is draining the hell out of me. There's no comfort in the synergy Harper and I once had, no quick back and forth balancing her logic with my flair. Instead, I'm with Danielle. Talented, yes, but our styles keep clashing. It's like jamming two puzzle pieces that almost fit, but not quite. And then there's the new complication. Danielle's sudden interest in me that goes beyond the kitchen. By the time I leave my room, some of the other contestants are already bustling about, rummaging for breakfast or staring blearily into space. No sign of Harper, which sends a pang of disappointment through me. Focus, Luca. She's got her own troubles with that slick jerk Adrian. Fortunately, the rumors about bribery has gone down because the professor spoke up. I cross to the kitchen area, determined to find coffee. Danielle is there, leaning against the counter with a sultry pose that seems out of place at 6 a.m. She's in tight black leggings and an off-shoulder sweatshirt that displays a hint of collarbone. My mind flashes with annoyance. She's doing that thing where she acts like the camera might roll in at any second, even though the producers haven't set up yet. "Hey, partner," she purrs, flipping her curly hair back. "Ready for another day of competition?" I pluck a mug from a cupboard, refusing to meet her eye. "Sure," I say, voice tight. My pulse quickens for all the wrong reasons. Tension, not desire. Danielle stepped up the flirting big time after we paired, and it's messing with my focus. Is she using it as a tactic to keep me on her side? She sidles closer, trailing a fingertip along the kitchen island. We need to strategize. Maybe we can meet privately later? Work on spicing up our dishes. Her tone drips with double meaning. My jaw clenches. We can talk strategy on set, I reply, trying to keep it professional. We'll have time before filming to outline a menu, right? Her eyes flick downward, disappointment flashing. Then she recovers with a slow, almost predatory smile. Sure, but one-on-one time is so much more productive, don't you think? Heat spreads across my neck, a swirl of guilt and disquiet. This is the tension I never wanted. Part of me is flattered. Danielle's gorgeous, confident, and we both want to win. But a bigger part feels uneasy, especially because my mind keeps wandering to Harper. And let's be real, hooking up with Danielle for strategic advantage? That's not me. I swallow, focusing on the coffee machine. I'm good with the usual approach, I say briskly. Brainstorm together, test flavors, get on camera. No need for anything else. A flicker of annoyance crosses her face, but she masks it quickly. Whatever you say, she murmurs, stepping back with an air of practiced nonchalance. Just remember, Luca, synergy can come in many forms. She drops the words with a coy smile that churns my stomach. I grit my teeth. Noted. The van ride to the filming location is tense, made worse by the knowledge that this forced partnership isn't going well. Last challenge, Danielle and I produced a middle-of-the-road dish that lacked the spark. The synergy just isn't there. Meanwhile, Harper is stuck with Adrian, who overshadowed her. We're both flailing without each other, even though we're no longer a team. The irony isn't lost on me. Stepping onto set, I spot Harper across the large industrial kitchen space. She's rummaging through ingredients, jaw set in concentration. My chest squeezes at the sight. She's wearing her crisp chef's coat, hair in a neat ponytail, but there's a stiffness to her posture. Adrian's nowhere to be seen. Is he already hogging the camera somewhere else? Danielle brushes past me, flipping her curls. "I'll grab the proteins," she says loudly, presumably so the cameras pick up her initiative. I watch her stride toward the meat fridge with a swaying confidence that belongs on a runway, not a cutthroat cooking show. Crew members circle like vultures, clearly hoping for drama. I exhale, searching for a moment of calm, but my eyes keep drifting to Harper. She meets my gaze for half a second. A flicker of something, sadness maybe, flicking across her hazel eyes. Then she shifts away, busy talking to a production assistant. Damn, the separation still hurts more than I'm willing to admit. Donna, bright and chirpy, summons us all to the front, flanked by the judges. "Chefs, welcome to a brand new day on Chef's Flame. Today, you'll face a mystery basket challenge. 4 secret ingredients that must appear in your dish. You'll have 75 minutes. The bottom 2 teams will face possible elimination." She gestures to a line of covered baskets. "On my mark, you'll uncover your basket, see the ingredients, and plan your dish. Good luck." She raises her microphone high. "Ready, set, uncover." We rush to our designated station. Danielle yanks off the basket's cloth, revealing duck breast, starfruit, fennel, and milk chocolate. My brow furrows. Duck and chocolate? This is going to be tricky. Next to us, other teams exclaim in surprise or dismay. I glance over at Harper's station, glimpsing Adrian smirking. Maybe he's already plotting how to flambe something again. My chest twinges with concern for her. Danielle flicks me an appraising look. Duck and chocolate? Maybe we do a mole sauce? Something sexy and sophisticated. She leans closer, voice dropping. Though we need a show-stopping plating to get the judges' attention. I nod slowly. A mole-inspired sauce could work. We can incorporate starfruit and fennel into a bright salad or garnish, or can fit the fennel. My mind churns with possibilities. Danielle's lips curve. Exactly, good call. Let's do the duck in a chocolate fennel mole, garnish with starfruit salsa. She sets a hand on my arm, letting it linger. We'll blow them away, right? A flush creeps up my neck. Her hand is warm, the contact so blatant it's practically a statement. I step aside, clearing my throat. Yes, let's focus on the technique. She cocks an eyebrow, amusement dancing in her gaze, but she doesn't push. Sure, technique, she says lightly. You prep the mole, I'll handle the duck searing. Then we'll figure out a final plating that screams winner. Sound good? Yeah, I say, ignoring the uneasy swirl in my gut. Focus on the cooking. I gather spices, chocolate, stock, and start setting up a saucepan for the mole. The cameras catch every movement, but I try to block them out. As we work, Danielle keeps throwing flirtatious remarks my way. Careful stirring that chocolate, she teases in a low voice. Wouldn't want it to scorch or my partner to lose his edge. Her tone is drenched in innuendo. My pulse spikes, frustration warring with a faint tug of masculine pride. She's seducing me, no question, but it feels strategic, like she's testing if I'll reciprocate to keep her cooperative. Normally, I enjoy a bit of banter, but this is different. She's leveraging sexual tension as a power play. If I push her away, she might tank our performance. If I give in, I compromise my integrity and overshadow my complicated feelings for Harper. This is messed up. At one point, Danielle sidles behind me as I chop fennel, pressing close enough that her breath warms my ear. My heart jolts. "You're good with that knife," she murmurs, resting a hand lightly on my hip. "But you're good with your hands in general." Her voice is purring, and the camera is definitely capturing some portion of this, which means drama. Exactly what she wants. I stiffen, stepping forward to break contact. "Focus, Danielle." My tone is sharper than intended. "We have a sauce to perfect." I can't believe I have to fend off come-ons while cooking under a ticking clock. A pang of longing hits me for Harper's calm, no-nonsense approach. She'd roll her eyes at such theatrics. Time ticks down. Danielle and I hustle, though the synergy is forced. She sears the duck too quickly, so the skin browns, but the inside might be underdone. I stir the mole, tasting it. It's decent, rich chocolate notes, a hint of spice, but it lacks the balanced complexity that would elevate it. I adjust seasoning, but time is short. When plating, we disagree on garnish. She wants big swooshes of sauce, starfruit fanned out dramatically. I worry the sauce ratio is too high, drowning the delicate duck. We bicker in hushed tones, each compromising in a halfway solution that feels unsatisfying. The final plate looks decent, but I can sense it's not the top-tier result we need. Meanwhile, I catch glimpses of Harper with Adrian. They look equally tense, though Adrian keeps gesturing flamboyantly, probably overshadowing her again. My chest clenches. We're both struggling. The buzzer blares. Time's up. We carry our plate to the judging station. Chef Anna, Chef Winslow, and Chef Miguel lean in to inspect the dish. Duck in a chocolate fennel mole, starfruit salsa on top, fennel garnish. Danielle flashes a confident smile, letting me do the technical explanation. I go through the sauce composition quickly, ignoring the flicker of approval in Danielle's eyes when I mention we used starfruit to add brightness. Chef Winslow slices a piece, chewing thoughtfully. "The duck is borderline undercooked," he says, frowning. "Not dangerously so, but the texture isn't ideal. The mole has decent flavor, but it feels a bit heavy-handed on the chili. Doesn't let the fennel shine." Chef Anna dabs sauce from her lips. "I like the chocolate element, but it overshadows the starfruit entirely. This might have needed more refinement." Chef Miguel nods. "Not bad, but not great. You two can do better." Ouch. My stomach knots. Danielle keeps her expression schooled into polite neutrality, but I sense her frustration. As the judges move on, she mutters, "We should have gone bolder on the plating to distract from the underdone duck." I press my lips together. Great. Another blame game. The synergy we had? Non-existent. Later, the scoreboard reveals we land in the middle again, dangerously close to the bottom. Harper's team ends up only slightly above ours, though they also earn critical remarks about imbalance. The crowd of cameras zeroes in on both of us, the rumored star-crossed pair now flailing. It's humiliating. Just a few rounds ago, we were unstoppable with Harper. Now we're each drifting toward mediocrity. After filming, the producers wrap the day's challenge coverage. Danielle corners me near the storage area where they keep extra props and lighting equipment. Her posture is tense, lips set in a grim line. "I can't believe we're stuck in the middle again. We need an edge, Luca." "I know," I say, matching her frustration. "But synergy can't be forced." She huffs and steps closer. Too close. The overhead lights cast harsh shadows across her cheekbones. "Maybe it can be coaxed," she purrs, sliding a hand along my bicep. My muscles tense under her touch. This time there's no camera in immediate sight. She's chosen a quiet corner for a reason. "Danielle, come on." My pulse spikes, that swirl of guilt intensifying. We're both exhausted. Let's go back to the loft. Talk recipes if we want, but none of this. Her gaze smolders. "Why not?" She edges forward, her voice dropping seductively. "We're partners. We should build trust, right? Maybe we can explore a more personal connection that translates into the kitchen. Good for synergy." Her words drip with suggestion, a blatant attempt at seduction for strategic gain. I swallow hard, 1,000 conflicting emotions ripping through me. Part of me, some primal instinct, could enjoy the attention, the fleeting rush of hooking up to maintain an alliance. But my conscience screams that this is wrong. Not just because I have feelings for Harper, but because it feels manipulative. Danielle's exploiting an angle, not offering genuine affection. I step back, forcing calm. That's not how I operate, I say quietly. I want to earn success with skill, not sleeping around for synergy. The last word stings, recalling how real synergy felt with Harper, forged through mutual respect and begrudging admiration. Danielle's smile falters, replaced by irritation. So, you're rejecting me? You sure that's wise, Luca? We need each other to survive the next elimination. I clench my jaw. We can survive by cooking well. We don't need this. My voice trembles slightly. I can't help but think of Harper's outraged face if she saw me giving in to Danielle's advances. I'm not that person. I won't stoop to that level just to keep from sinking in the competition. For a moment, Danielle looks furious. Then she masks it with a shrug. Fine, your loss. Her eyes flick away, frustration seething beneath the surface. But don't blame me if we keep underperforming because synergy is about more than technique. I glare. You don't have to seduce me for us to find synergy. We can collaborate like professionals, or we can sink. Up to you. She opens her mouth to retort, but a stagehand wanders past, forcing us both to adopt neutral expressions. The stagehand gives us a curious look, then continues on. Danielle huffs, stepping back. We'll see how the next challenge goes, she mutters. And if we bomb, remember that you refused an opportunity. Her insinuation makes my skin crawl. She turns on her heel and stalks away, hips swaying. I stand there, heart pounding, moral conflict swirling. I just turned down a blatant sexual offer from my partner. A wave of relief and guilt crashes over me. Relief because I'd never want to use someone's body for strategic advantage. Guilt because our cooking synergy remains non-existent. And I know she might sabotage me now. And heartbreak, because the only person I truly want synergy with is the one I can't have. By the time I gather my composure, most contestants have already left for the loft. The camera crews are finishing up B-roll, capturing empty stations and leftover ingredients. I slip outside, heading for the waiting vans. My breath fogs in the cool night air. Harper stands near a van, arms folded, looking worn out. She sees me approach and half turns away as though uncertain whether to acknowledge me. But after a second, she offers a small nod. Rough day? I ask quietly, stopping a couple feet away. I remember hearing the judges critique her dish for lacking balance. Her partner Adrian is nowhere in sight, probably celebrating his flambé moment alone. She exhales, a ghost of a wry smile. Could be worse. We weren't in the bottom, but not by much. Her gaze flicks over me, noticing my tension. You okay? You look rattled. A bitter laugh escapes me. Just not used to my new partner. That's all. The confession slips out before I can filter it, maybe because I need to vent. Her eyes widen. Bad synergy? Welcome to Chef's Flame, where everything is twisted for drama. My voice drips with cynicism. I force a weak grin. Yes, but I'm coping. Harper's lips quirk in a half smile, relief or amusement sparking in her eyes. Well, that's good. We linger, the night air cold on our faces. I sense 1,000 words unspoken. How we once had synergy that was real. How the rumor destroyed our trust. How we both know we perform better together. But we stand on opposite sides now, forced by the show's format. A production assistant calls out for the last van. Harper glances away, tension in her shoulders. Guess we should go. I nod. Yeah. I consider reaching for her hand but quickly dismiss it. We're not back to that place. Instead, I follow her into the van, quietly settling into a seat diagonal from hers. The ride is thick with unspoken feelings. We don't speak, but every time I glance up, I catch her reflection in the window, eyes distant, as if she's lost in thought. We're both drowning in new partnerships that lack real synergy. The knowledge weighs heavy, reminding me how badly we fell from our unstoppable peak. Once at the loft, the skeleton crew hovers for potential late-night drama. Danielle storms off to her room without a word, leaving me alone in the living area. I slump on the couch, head in my hands, heart a riot of anger, longing, and shame. If we had stayed together, would we still be dominating? Or would the rumor have imploded us anyway? Time slips by. Eventually, the cameras pack up, and the lights in the loft dim. Harper's door is closed. Danielle's door is shut. I'm alone with regrets swirling like bitter smoke. I used to think we were unstoppable. Now I'm losing ground with each forced challenge, tethered to a partner who wants to trade sex for synergy. Meanwhile, Harper's stuck with Adrian, overshadowed at every turn. I push off the couch, heading to the kitchen for a glass of water. My reflection in the window's dark surface looks worn. Dark hair disheveled, stubble shadowing my jaw, eyes full of an ache I can't hide. I miss Harper, not just because we cooked well together, but because we shared something deeper. Moments of genuine understanding, banter, even passion. The rumor fiasco, my old family's secrets, the show's manipulations. They all pulled us apart. But now, seeing how badly we perform without each other, I realize synergy is more than a cooking advantage. It's the intangible bond we forged, balancing each other's extremes. Without it, we're floundering in more ways than one. I finish the water, the cold liquid doing nothing to quell the simmer of emotions. A memory of Danielle's proposition surfaces, the press of her hand on my bicep. My stomach twists. I want synergy with someone, but not like that. My heart wants Harper, even though everything's complicated. The moral conflict tears at me. Part of me wonders if hooking up with Danielle might make me unstoppable again, at least in the eyes of the show. But no, that path leads to self-loathing, and I won't betray Harper or myself that way. Eventually, I return to my room. The lamp's soft glow reveals the rumpled sheets and a few scribbled recipe notes on the desk. Sinking onto the bed, I let out a ragged breath. Tomorrow's another day, another challenge, another chance to either sink or swim with Danielle. Another day witnessing Harper's struggle from afar. This is the new reality unless the producers shuffle us again. But that might not happen soon enough to save either of us. Rolling onto my back, I stare at the ceiling. The synergy is gone. The synergy we built from science and spontaneity, from tension and shared triumph. Now we're both paying the price. Bad guys close in, I think. Half bitter, half laughing. My own partner is a bad guy, in a sense, tempting me with a morally gray proposition. Meanwhile, Harper's partner has overshadowed her at every turn. A faint knocking disrupts my brooding. My heart lurches. Harper! But the door remains closed, silence returning. Maybe I imagined it. Or maybe it's Danielle second-guessing her strategic come on. I don't move. If it's important, they'll knock again. Silence stretches. I close my eyes, exhaustion dragging me under. My last coherent thought is a swirl of images. Harper's guarded smile, the unstoppable synergy we once had, Danielle's heavy-lidded come-ons, the memory of the rumor fiasco. We're all drowning in tension. Tomorrow might bring another challenge, another wave of tests for my integrity. But for now, I can only cling to the flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe, Harper and I will find our way back. If not as partners, then at least as two people who refuse to let these manipulations define us. And with that, I drift off, haunted by the knowledge that the show is far from over. The competition intensifies each day, shadows of scandal and betrayal creeping closer. If I'm to survive and keep my conscience intact, I need to hold on to what truly matters. Real synergy, real respect, and the chance that Harper and I might, against all odds, overcome this messy battlefield of cameras and broken trust.
Chapter 17. Harper. It's not until I'm pinned under a spotlight in the chef's flame kitchen, cameras rolling, that I realize how close we've come to hitting rock bottom. All around me, production assistants hustle, judges converse in hushed tones, and the other contestants wear guarded expressions. Last night's challenge results hang in the air like smoke. We narrowly avoided the bottom two, again, and Adrian hasn't let me forget it for a single second since they announced the rankings. He stands beside me at our station, arms folded, a thin sneer twisting his lips. We're supposed to be prepping for a new twist the producers have dropped, another timed scramble. But instead, we're stuck in a tense standoff while the cameras capture every flicker of frustration. "Really, Harper?" Adrian says, voice pitched low but laced with condescension. "If you hadn't insisted on all that molecular nonsense in plating, we would have sailed into the top 5. You cost us time, and now we're marked as the underperformers." My stomach churns with anger. I should be used to him undermining me by now, but it still stings. "That nonsense was what the judges said at least showed technique," I reply, struggling to keep my tone calm. "They criticized our main dish for being too loud and unrefined. That had nothing to do with me." He huffs, glancing toward a nearby camera, as though eager to deliver this performance for the audience. "You're the one stalling over measuring each gram. Meanwhile, we never got a wow factor. Don't act like you're blameless." My cheeks burn. "We nearly landed in the bottom because our flavors clashed, not because I measured a few grams of powder. You added 3 random ingredients at the last minute to spice things up." His sneer deepens. "You call it random. I call it improvising. Luca managed it when he was your partner, right? Maybe you just can't keep up without him." The casual mention of Luca hits like a punch. My pulse flares, a swirl of regret and annoyance tangling in my chest. Yes, Luca was the improviser, but at least he respected my science. That synergy is gone, and everyone can see it. A camera operator circles closer, presumably to catch every barbed word. My shoulders tense. If we fight on camera, the producers will exploit it. But I can't let Adrian's jabs pass unanswered. I open my mouth to retort, heart hammering, only to see Donna stepping onto the stage, microphone in hand, signaling the start of a new challenge segment. The tension cements in my spine. "Later," I hiss. "We still have a show to film." Adrian's eyes narrow, but he pastes on a fake grin as Donna calls us to gather near the judges' panel. All the contestants shuffle around, forming an anxious semicircle. I spot Luca across the room, scanning the crowd. Our gazes catch for a fraction of a second. Something in his eyes flickers with worry. My heart squeezes. "Get a grip, Harper." I force my attention back to Donna. Donna beams at the camera. "Chefs, after yesterday's tense near elimination, we're raising the stakes again. Today you'll compete in a sudden death-style mini-challenge. Each pair has 30 minutes to create a dish featuring a secret ingredient we'll reveal momentarily. The bottom 2 teams go into a head-to-head cook-off at day's end, and one pair will be eliminated. No second chances." The hush that falls is tangible. My palms dampen. We can't afford to be in the bottom again. Adrian stiffens beside me, though he keeps that smug air of confidence that drives me insane. Donna motions a stagehand forward, who wheels out a covered trolley. "Today's secret ingredient is saffron." She whips off the cloth dramatically. Tins of saffron line the trolley, flanked by tomatoes, rice, and aromatic spices. "Use saffron creatively. You have free reign with all other pantry items. Time starts now." A klaxon horn blasts. Everyone scrambles. Adrian grabs me by the elbow, steering me away from the crowd. "I'm calling the shots," he mutters, voice low and urgent. "We do a saffron paella with a flambé twist. The show loves flambé." I clench my jaw, ripping my arm free. Paella in 30 minutes is insane, and flambe for saffron? That's not how saffron works. We need to highlight its delicate flavor, not drown it in showmanship. Maybe we do a saffron-infused sauce or risotto. Something quick but refined. He rolls his eyes. Fine, do a risotto if you're so set on it. But we're adding a flambéed seafood topper for drama. No half-baked molecular nonsense, though. My frustration spikes. He's going to overshadow me again. But time is short. All right, I snap. Saffron risotto, flambéed shrimp, but we have to keep the flambé short or we'll lose the saffron subtlety. He waves a dismissive hand. Yeah, just don't slow me down. We dash to the pantry, gather rice, stock, onions, shrimp. The rest of the kitchen is a mad whirl of shouting and clanging pots. My heart hammers as I measure the rice, the saffron threads soaking in warm stock. Next to me, Adrian tosses shrimp into a pan with oil, rummaging for brandy to set it aflame. My gut churns, recalling how we've missed synergy in every challenge. Across the kitchen, I glimpse Danielle and Luca. A pang hits me. They're a swirl of tension themselves, Luca's brow furrowed. He's obviously not at ease either. The synergy we once had is missing in both of our new partnerships. Despite the rumor fiasco, part of me misses working with him so fiercely it hurts. Adrian clangs the pot next to me. Focus, Harper. Rice is sizzling. Don't let it stick. I snap back to reality. I know. I need to toast the grains before adding stock. Time churns forward. I methodically stir the risotto, adding saffron-infused stock in increments, waiting for the grains to absorb the liquid. Adrian preps flambé shrimp, flicking side glances at the cameras. He's showboating, swirling brandy in the pan. With 5 minutes left, the risotto looks decent, creamy, golden from the saffron. My tension eases fractionally. This might work. Adrian sets the shrimp atop the risotto, then uses a match to flambe it. Flames leap high, almost grazing my face. I jerk back. He smirks, apparently loving the drama. My pulse spikes. If that is overcooked, we're done. We plate quickly, hearts pounding. The judges approach. Chef Winslow tastes the risotto. He nods, expression thoughtful. Nice saffron aroma, good texture. My stomach unclenches slightly. Chef Anna tries a piece of shrimp. The flambe is theatrical, but the shrimp is borderline overcooked. Not too bad, though. Chef Miguel wavers. You nearly drowned out the saffron with the brandy, but overall, it's better than your last dish. Keep refining. They move on. I exhale, relief fluttering in my chest. Maybe we're safe. But as the results roll in, we find ourselves teetering near the bottom again. Another pair bombs entirely, taking last place, but we're second to last. The producers announce a final tiebreaker challenge for the bottom two, and we squeak by. We're not in the elimination cook-off, but only by a hair. Adrian curses under his breath, turning on me the moment the cameras shift to the losing pair. You nearly cost us again, he spits. That risotto was too subtle. If I'd done a big paella, we'd have soared. I bristle. Too subtle? The judges literally praised the saffron aroma. The only complaint was your shrimp nearly overshadowing it. He scoffs, stepping closer. Stop blaming me. If you had more flair, we wouldn't be stuck mid-tier every time. You're so damn rigid, it's killing our momentum. Rage flushes my skin. Rigid? My method is the only thing keeping us from going full meltdown. Your last-minute flambés keep overshadowing the main flavors. Adrian's eyes darken. Maybe I should have let you sink so I could get a better partner next time, because you're dragging me down, Miss Scientist. My vision blurs with anger. The crowd of contestants and cameras is still near, filming the post-challenge chaos. I want to lash out, but I also sense a hush falling around us. People are tuning in to our fight. Great. Exactly the drama the producers want. Suddenly, a familiar voice breaks through. "Hey, back off," Luca says, striding over with a determined set to his jaw. My heart stutters. He's confronting Adrian in front of everyone. Adrian sneers at him. "This is none of your business, Moretti." Luca steps between us, eyes flashing. "It is if you're dumping blame on Harper. She's the reason you two didn't crash entirely. Or are you ignoring the judges praising her risotto technique?" My pulse thrums. He's actually defending me publicly. A wave of conflicting emotions, gratitude, embarrassment, residual hurt surges. But mostly gratitude. Adrian bristles, looking around for support. Some of the nearby contestants watch, wide-eyed, obviously seeing a new drama unfolding. "Oh, so you're still carrying a torch for your old partner?" Adrian baits Luca, a smirk curling his lip. "Is that it? Heard you two had some rumored crush thing going on. Maybe you want her to yourself again." Heat floods my face. Here we go. Another rumor jab. I brace for Luca to back down or dodge, but he surprises me. He sets his jaw. "Don't twist my words. Harper's a damn good chef, and your constant grandstanding is overshadowing her skill. Anyone with eyes can see that. If you respected her process, you might actually win something." The hush intensifies. My heart swells, a mix of warmth and residual heartbreak. He's risking his own standing. Challenging Adrian could paint Luca as volatile, but he's doing it anyway. For me. Adrian's face darkens, fists clenching. "Luca, calm down," a producer warns, stepping in. Presumably to quell potential violence. The cameras eat up the tension, capturing every glare. Luca takes a deep breath, forcibly relaxing his hands. He turns to me briefly, voice quieter. "You okay?" I swallow hard, nodding. "Yeah," I manage, my throat tight with emotion. "Then let's get out of here before the producers turn this into the next big meltdown clip," he mutters, shooting Adrian a final glare. Adrian sneers, but doesn't follow as we walk away. We slip behind a curtain near the storage area, away from the glaring lights. My pulse pounds, adrenaline still coursing. Luca just publicly stood up for me. A swirl of complicated gratitude and softness unfurls in my chest. He rakes his fingers through his hair, glancing around to ensure no cameras are lingering. "Sorry if I overstepped. I just couldn't watch him tear you down like that." My eyes sting with sudden tears I refuse to let fall. "No, I'm glad you spoke up. He's been blaming me for everything, even though half of it's his fault. He'd probably sabotage me if it meant saving his own skin." Luca's shoulders relax marginally. "I'm sorry you got stuck with a jerk partner. You deserve better." A lump forms in my throat. "You didn't have to risk calling him out in front of everyone. It might reflect badly on you." He shrugs, gaze flicking away. "You're worth it." Then he meets my eyes again, sincerity shining there. "Harper, you're an amazing chef. Don't let him make you doubt that." Warmth flutters in my chest, mingled with residual heartbreak from the rumor fiasco. My trust issues, and all the unresolved tension between us. But in this moment, I see a different Luca. One who's grown from the arrogant kid who left me hanging in college. He's more open, more willing to defend me even if it costs him. My voice wavers. "Thank you for believing in me. I wasn't sure if you still want to speak with me after everything." His lips twitch in a rueful half-smile. "We've had some rough patches, yeah." He hesitates, then steps closer, voice low. "But that doesn't mean I've stopped caring about you." A rush of emotion closes my throat. We're standing just a foot apart, no cameras in sight for once. The tension feels charged, reminiscent of the night we crossed lines physically but overshadowed by heartbreak. "You've changed," I murmur, searching his face. "Or maybe I'm just seeing a part of you I missed before." He inhales, eyes reflecting a mix of longing and regret. "I've tried to be better, own my mistakes, not let pride run my life." A humorless laugh escapes him. "Then I got stuck with Danielle, who wants to seduce me for synergy. Talk about messed up." My brows shoot up. "She what?" He sighs. "Yeah, tried to proposition me." I shut it down. He gives a half shrug. Feels like the show's throwing every possible drama at us. A bubble of incredulous laughter escapes me. Part relief, part disbelief. Seriously, these producers are relentless. The tension in my shoulders loosens a fraction. I glance away, noticing a stack of crates and a half-draped spotlight stand. The hush behind this curtain envelops us, giving us a rare sense of privacy in this chaos. I dare to look back at him, my voice trembling. "Luca, I've been so angry about the rumor. I accused you of leaking it, and maybe that wasn't fair." He ducks his head. "I get why you doubted me after how I left in college. But I swear I never told anyone about your old feelings, nor about the professor. I'd never do that to you." My chest tightens. A wave of vulnerability surges. "I believe you now. You risked your own standing today. You didn't have to. And seeing you do that," I swallow, tears pricking my eyes again. "It reminds me you're not the same guy who vanished before. You do care." He lifts a hand, hesitates, then gently touches my arm just above the elbow. A thrill of warmth and longing rips through me. God, how I've missed his touch. "I know I can't undo the damage, but you need to know I'm here, no matter how this show tries to tear us apart." I exhale shakily, leaning infinitesimally into his touch. Our gazes lock. The dusty backstage air feels charged with possibility, like the hush before a storm. The memory of our bodies entwined floods my senses. That single night we let desire reign. A pang of heated longing tugs at me, tempered by caution. "We've both made mistakes," I whisper. "But maybe we can start rebuilding trust." He nods, eyes dark with an emotion that sets my pulse racing. "I'd like that." A small, tentative smile curves my lips. My heart thuds so hard I'm sure he hears it. "We can't solve everything right now, but I'd like to talk more, maybe away from the cameras." He slips his hand around my forearm, palm warm against my skin. The simple contact ignites every nerve in my body. "Anytime," he murmurs, voice a soft rasp. For a breathless moment, we stand on the cusp of something, a second chance at closeness. The tension feels both comforting and electric. Should we indulge in another heated moment here, behind the set? My body hums with possibility, but I recall the camera-laden environment. One misstep, and the show will exploit it. But oh, I want. Luca senses my hesitation, reading the swirl of longing in my eyes. He steps closer, gaze dropping to my mouth. My breath catches. We're inches apart, the air thick with the memory of kisses and the promise of more. I can practically feel the heat of his body, recalling how his hands felt on my waist. My heart beats a frantic rhythm, desire pulsing under my skin. Then voices sound from the adjacent area. Producers calling for a break. Contestants rummaging around. The reality of our situation intrudes. Luca breathes out unsteadily, releasing my arm, though his fingers linger an extra second against my wrist. "We should wait," he says, voice edged with regret. I nod, heart still pounding. "Yeah, not here." My mind conjures an image of us stealing away to the loft, a second encounter that might either heal or complicate us further. A flicker of excitement and caution tangles in my chest. But soon, his eyes warm. Definitely soon. We exchange a final lingering look, then step apart. My entire body buzzes with renewed hope and an undercurrent of yearning. We've both changed since college, and maybe, if we survive these next challenges, we can find a path forward that isn't overshadowed by rumor or heartbreak. We emerge from behind the curtain, re-entering the swirl of Chef's flame. The tension in the air is still thick with competition, but there's a slight shift in my perspective. I'm not alone in this. Luca's on my side, even if we're not partners. Adrian shoots me a dark look from across the stage, undoubtedly annoyed that Luca intervened. Let him stew. My heart feels lighter, knowing someone believes in me beyond the chaos. As we disperse to face another day of filming, the producers yell directions, the overhead lights glare, and contestants hustle for the next challenge. My new partner scowls at me, but I no longer feel that twisting dread. Luca's public defense was a small but powerful reminder that I have worth, both as a chef and as a person. Sure, the synergy I shared with Luca might remain out of reach until we're free from these forced pairings, and the rumor may still cast shadows. But he's proven he'll stand up for me, even if it means ruffling feathers. That alone sparks a sense of hope, a sense that the line dividing us could blur again. My cheeks warm, recalling how close we came to closing that distance backstage. We might finally talk, maybe even explore the tension that's been simmering all season. The show's not done with us. Hardly. But for now, we have a fragile piece, a step toward reconnection, and maybe, just maybe, that's enough to give me strength to pass through the next round of sabotage and heartbreak this competition throws our way. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylerwalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 18. Luca. I don't fully exhale until I'm settled in the back of the van on our ride home from another grueling day of Chef's Flame filming. The city rushes by in a blur of neon and headlights, the late hour casting everything in shadows. My mind churns with the memory of stepping between Harper and Adrian, of telling him, in front of everyone, to back off. Even now, adrenaline lingers in my veins, though the filming has wrapped and the cameras are, mostly, packed away. Harper sits across from me, her posture rigid as she stares out the window. The overhead light in the van is dim, enough that I can't fully read her expression, but I see the tight line of her mouth and the tension in her shoulders. Maybe she's reliving the standoff with Adrian, too. Or maybe she's thinking about the near-intimate moment we shared backstage, where we came so close to crossing lines but stepped back at the last second. The driver hits a pothole and we jostle in our seats. Harper's gaze flicks to me, her eyes skimming my face. The hush in the van crackles with unspoken words, overshadowed by the presence of other contestants dozing or scrolling on their phones. We can't talk freely here, not with so many potential ears. No cameras rolling, but enough witness accounts to fuel speculation. I mouth, "You okay?" She nods once, her lips curving in a silent, wry acknowledgement. We're anything but okay, but at least we have each other's backs in some twisted sense. I recall the flash of gratitude in her eyes when I stood up to Adrian, how her cheeks flushed with something that felt like relief. The memory sparks warmth in my chest, despite the mess we're both in. At last, we reached the loft. The production crew in the passenger seat says a brisk goodnight, reminding us of an early call time. The rest of the contestants file inside, drooping with exhaustion. Harper and I lag behind, letting the others shuffle to their rooms first. My pulse skitters with anticipation. We need to talk. Maybe more than talk. The tension between us has been smoldering all season, reignited backstage earlier. In the elevator ride up, we stand side by side, not speaking. Our arms brush, a small contact that sends electricity skittering down my spine. She glances up, meets my eye, then looks away quickly, color creeping along her cheekbones. She feels it too. The elevator dings and we spill into the loft's entryway. The overhead lights are on low, a skeleton camera crew stationed in the living area, capturing evening B-roll. I stifle a groan. So much for privacy. Without discussion, we head to our respective rooms, exchanging a fleeting glance that says, later. The camera crew, apparently bored with our silent retreat, focuses on Tim and Grace across the room, who are in the midst of some cheerful chatter. My chest constricts. We need a moment alone, but it's elusive in this place. Inside my bedroom, I flick on the lamp, the warm glow revealing the scattered notes from the day's challenge. My shoulders ache with tension. I'm about to unbutton my chef's coat when a soft knock interrupts me. My pulse leaps. It has to be Harper. No one else knocks so gently. I cross the room in 3 strides, heart hammering. When I open the door, she's there. Eyes huge behind her glasses, bottom lip caught between her teeth. She's still in her chef's coat, hair pulled back in a low ponytail, but the exhaustion on her face is etched with something else, a vulnerable determination. "Hey," I breathe, voice hushed. She peeks past me into my room, presumably checking if cameras lurk inside. Of course, they're not allowed to film in our private spaces without explicit invitation, but caution is a habit. "Can I come in?" she asks softly. "Always." I step aside, letting her slip in. My stomach flips when I shut the door behind her, locking it to ensure no accidental intrusions. The low lamp casts intimate shadows, and I realize this is the first time in ages we've been truly alone. No crew eavesdropping. She stands near the edge of my unmade bed, fiddling with the cuff of her coat. Her cheeks flush under the golden light. I wanted to thank you again for defending me," she says, voice trembling with honesty. "Adrian's relentless, and if you hadn't stepped in—" "You don't owe me thanks," I cut in gently. "I can't watch him tear you down, not when I know how damn good you are." She exhales shakily, brushing a stray auburn curl from her forehead. Still, it meant a lot. And earlier, backstage. She trails off, cheeks darkening further. I've been replaying that moment, how close we were, how it felt. My heart thuds. The memory of her soft breath on my lips, the surge of closeness we almost surrendered to. It all rushes back in a heated wave. "Yeah," I rasp, stepping closer. "Me too." She lifts her gaze, meeting mine. Silence stretches, thick with unspoken desire and lingering heartbreak. Then, with a tremor in her voice, she says, "I don't want to keep dancing around this. We keep pushing each other away, then pulling back in." She swallows. "I want to at least try to be close again if you do." My chest constricts, relief and longing swirling. "I want that more than anything," I admit. "But I don't want to hurt you again, or complicate your life. We're in the middle of this insane show. The rumor's still out there." She closes the distance, pressing a fingertip to my lips. My breath stutters. "I know, and I'm scared too. But tonight, can we just be us? Away from the cameras? No sabotage or rumors, no old grudges, just Harper and Luca." The wave of affection that crashes over me nearly knocks the air from my lungs. She's giving us a chance. Yes, I murmur, wrapping my hand around her wrist and gently drawing her fingertip away from my mouth. Yes, let's do that. Her eyes search mine. A delicate quiver passes through her, and I realize how vulnerable she feels. We both do. Slowly, carefully, I lift my free hand to the collar of her chef's coat. May I ask, voice hushed. She nods, lips parted. I unfasten the first button, my fingers brushing her skin. She inhales softly and we lock eyes. In that moment, time slows, the tension thrumming with a mixture of anticipation and gentle reverence. This isn't just lust. Our first time was raw, fueled by frustration and pent-up longing. This is about letting go of fear, forging a deeper connection. As I undo each button, I'm hyper-aware of her fluttering pulse under my fingertips. She shrugs the coat off her shoulders, revealing a fitted tank beneath. My breath hitches at the sight of her, the slender lines of her arms, the subtle curve of her waist. She's always been beautiful to me, but I see her differently now. Strong, determined, and oh so precious after everything we've endured. She reaches for the buttons on my jacket. Her hands shake a little, but she sets her jaw, focusing. You always wore these slightly too tight, she murmurs, the ghost of a playful smile. Confidence or vanity? A quiet laugh escapes me, some of the tension dissolving into tenderness. Both, probably. I let her slide the coat off me, heart pounding at the intimacy of the moment.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Warmth floods me at the word together. In college, we never got this far. Now we're forging a second chance, forging it in the crucible of a reality show that wants to exploit every vulnerability. But maybe that pressure is what pushes us to be honest, to fight for each other in a way we never did before. We lie there in companionable silence, bodies entwined under the dim light. Occasionally, soft laughter escapes us as we recall the absurdities of the day, Adrian's flambe fixation, Danielle's unsubtle advances, the endless camera angles. Eventually, the haze of fatigue seeps in. My eyes grow heavy, lulled by the steady rise and fall of Harper's breathing. She nestles closer, a contented sigh escaping her. My heart feels impossibly full, chest tight with the weight of something like joy. This time, it's not just a stolen moment of passion. It's a step toward genuine reconciliation. A vow that whatever happens tomorrow, we won't keep each other at arm's length. And as we drift toward sleep, I hold her a little tighter, pressing a lingering kiss to her temple. Because for the first time since this show began, I feel the kind of hope that can carry us through any rumor or sabotage. We found our synergy again, not just in the kitchen, but in the space between heartbreak and healing, where the next round of challenges might test us, but won't break us. Not when we face it together.
Chapter 19. Harper. I wake up to an urgent banging on my bedroom door, heart slamming into my ribs. For a disoriented moment, I'm still wrapped in the warmth of last night, Luca's arms around me, the quiet glow of a shared promise that we're in this together. My body aches in pleasant ways, memories of slow, tender intimacy tingling beneath my skin. Then reality crashes over me. We're still on Chef's Flame. We're still trapped in a pressure cooker of cameras and drama. The banging persists. I drag myself off the bed, throwing on a robe, my mind racing. Why so early? We don't usually get such frantic wake-up calls unless there's a fire or a scandal. When I open the door, I find a breathless production assistant clutching a tablet, face pale. "Harper," she blurts, voice hushed and urgent. "You need to see this." My stomach plummets. "What happened?" She thrusts the tablet at me, screen glowing with some sort of tabloid site. An image loads, a blurry photo of me and Luca in the hallway, outside the loft's kitchen. That moment he'd pinned Adrian with a glare. The headline screams, "Are Harper and Luca faking their romance for ratings?" My breath stutters. "Faking our romance?" I echo, baffled. The text below the headline features phrases like staged confrontation, scripted tension, rumor fiasco, and manufactured couple for Chef's Flame drama. My eyes skim the lines, heart pounding. The production assistant bites her lip. Social media is blowing up over this. A second article dropped too. Someone leaked behind-the-scenes snaps of you two. People are claiming your sudden closeness is just for the cameras. Terror clenches my chest. We finally found a shred of genuine intimacy, and now they're spinning it as a publicity stunt. My mind reels. Who? How? She shrugs helplessly. Producers want to film immediate reaction footage. They're setting up in the main living area. I stand there, numb, as she scurries away. The door across the hall cracks open, and Luca peeks out, hair rumpled. Worry etched on his features. My heart lurches as I stare at him, remembering how we fell asleep in each other's arms last night. But one look at my face, and he must see the panic. He steps forward, brow creased. "Harp, what's going on?" Wordlessly, I pass him the tablet, dread churning in my stomach. As he reads, his expression darkens, mouth tightening. "Accusing us of faking everything," he mutters, scanning the article. They have pictures from random angles, grainy shots of us backstage, you crying after that argument with Adrian, me stepping in. They're spinning it like we're playing the audience. I can't form words. My hands tremble. We can't even share a genuine connection without them twisting it. Anger simmers, but beneath that, a raw fear. Did I just hand them the perfect storyline to exploit? Luca lifts his gaze, stepping closer. "Hey, breathe. We'll figure this out." His hand settles on my shoulder, but panic surges. My chest tightens. What if they're right?" I whisper, voice shaking. Not that we're faking, but that it looks staged, like we're playing out a soap opera. We can't prove we're sincere. My throat constricts. And is it sincere? Last night felt real, but are we being naive? His eyes flick with hurt. "You think we're not real?" he asks softly. "No," I say quickly, my cheeks burning. "I believe in what we have, but the cameras, everyone else, they might see it as a ploy. Maybe it's overshadowing our cooking. Maybe we're overshadowing each other." My stomach twists at the idea that everything we do is under scrutiny, our every touch or glance dissected for ratings. He inhales, tension radiating. "Let's talk, properly." He glances down the hallway where crew members gather. But maybe not here. Before we can slip away, a producer storms up, wearing a stressed expression. "Harper, Luca, we need a statement on camera, ASAP," she says. "Tone all business. The tabloids are pushing a narrative. We want to get ahead of it." My hackles rise. "You want us to stand in front of the camera and feed them a line? That'll just make it look more staged." The humiliation of the rumor fiasco roars back, now amplified by accusations of faking romance. The producer sighs, clearly impatient. It's better to address it than hide. We'll keep it brief. Just confirm your relationship's authenticity. Relationship. My heart stutters at that word. Do we call it that openly? Panic flares. I look to Luca for direction, but he seems equally thrown. The producer's walkie crackles, more frantic instructions. She waves at us. Hurry up, or we'll lose the morning filming window. Then she stalks off, presumably to set up her camera crew. I feel cornered, goosebumps prickling my skin. My chest is so tight it's hard to breathe. We're about to be paraded in front of millions to declare we're not faking. Heat floods my cheeks in anger and shame. No, I blurt, voice trembling. I can't. I won't do it. Luca's grip on my shoulder tightens. Harper. No. My voice cracks as I pull away from his touch. If I go on camera now, it'll look exactly like they claim, some orchestrated publicity stunt. My throat constricts with a rush of tears I refuse to shed in front of him. They'll twist anything we say. His jaw clenches in frustration, but there's sympathy in his eyes. Maybe it's better to show a united front, he reasons. At least then we can control the narrative. A bitter laugh escapes me. Control? We have no control here. We're pawns. The memory of how easily they twisted my old crush, the rumor fiasco that followed, stings anew. My voice rises. First, they brand us #team chemistry, then they accuse us of faking. It's all spectacle to them. And now they want us to perform sincerity? Anger pulses, fueled by wounded pride and a sense of betrayal. I gave my guard up for him, for us. But now, Luca glances around, noticing crew members inching closer, cameras possibly filming from the edges of the hallway. His gaze flicks back to me, eyes pleading. Let's go somewhere else, he urges quietly. We can figure out how to handle this off camera. I nod jerkily, letting him guide me down a side corridor, away from the main loft area. My blood roars in my ears. I feel so used. Like the moment we finally reconnected, the world pounced. He leads me to a rarely used green room, basically a cramped lounge with a couch and a mini fridge that the producers don't often film in. Luca closes the door, muffling the distant hum of the crew's hustle. My chest heaves with ragged breaths. It's dim inside, just a few overhead lights. I pace near the couch, arms crossed tight over my chest. Harper, Luca says softly, stepping forward. This doesn't change us. What we had last night. My tears finally break free, hot against my cheeks. But don't you see? They've turned it into a circus act, Luca. How can anything be real in front of these cameras? The tabloids have photos, and now they say we're staging it. A sob catches in my throat. I feel stupid. Stupid for letting my guard down, for believing we could keep it ours. He reaches out, brushing tears from my cheek with his thumb. You're not stupid, he whispers. Last night was real, I swear. I jerk away, wounded fear colliding with the warmth in his voice. You keep saying it's real, but we're on a reality show. I spit. All we do is filmed, documented, exploited. Maybe we are performing without meaning to. Maybe it was better when we stayed separate. His face twists in pain. Don't say that. We barely survived being separate, scraping mid-level dishes with partners who don't respect us. We're stronger together. And what happened last night, that was no performance. You know that. I shake my head, tears blurring my vision. A part of me yearns to believe him, but the onslaught of humiliating headlines is fresh in my mind. Then why does it feel like a spectacle now? My voice breaks, raw. Why does everything we do turn into another storyline? He falters, hands dropping to his sides. Because that's what this show does. It twists everything, but it doesn't negate how we feel. I let out a bitter laugh, hugging myself tighter. Do we even know how we feel? Or are we caught in the adrenaline of forced proximity and old chemistry? Maybe we've deluded ourselves into thinking it's real. The fear that maybe I'm reading too much into this tears at me. If we're just fueling a fake storyline, I'm not sure I can bear it. A muscle twitches in his jaw. I can't speak for you, but I know what I feel. I know I wouldn't risk my reputation defending you if it was all for show. The memory of him confronting Adrian flashes through my mind, stirring conflicted emotions, gratitude and guilt. But I'm too rattled, raw from the new scandal. That might just be your pride talking, I snap. You always hated Adrian's flamboyance, right? His face pales. That's low, Harp. Yeah, well, so is being accused of faking my entire emotional journey, I retort, voice shaking. I can't face the cameras right now, proclaiming we're legit. It'll only give them more ammo. He messes up his hair, raking a hand through it, frustration evident. So what do you want to do? Hide? They'll interpret that as guilt. If we don't refute it, they'll double down. His words sting because I know he's right. Either we go on record or the tabloid spins silence as admission of guilt. But the idea of playing into the show's hands makes me want to scream. It's not that simple, I snap. I feel used, Luca. Tears gather again, and I wipe them angrily. I thought we were building something real, but if the public decides it's fake, does it even matter? My voice cracks, despair closing around my chest. He steps forward, voice fierce but gentle. It matters to me. I don't give a damn what the tabloids say. This is real to me. He tries to cut my cheek, but I recoil, still trapped in panic and betrayal. Easy for you to say, I whisper. You're used to the showmanship. Maybe you can shrug off these rumors, but my whole career is built on credibility. If people think I'm just a love-struck actress, faking romance for ratings, I lose everything. A sob catches in my throat. I can't lose the respect I fought so hard for. He flinches, pain flashing across his features. I don't want you to lose anything. I'm sorry I can't shield you from this. For a moment, he looks genuinely helpless, frustration etched into every line of his face. He's always been the confident charmer. Now he's out of answers. Silence stretches, thick with heartbreak. My tears spill over, and I let out a strangled laugh, wiping them away. This is why I fought so hard to keep you at arm's length, I say, voice wavering. Every time I open up, something blows up in my face. He swallows hard. Please don't regret letting me in. I release a shaky breath, hugging my arms around my waist as if to hold myself together. My heart twists painfully. I don't want to regret him, but fear gnaws at me. I don't know, I whisper, tears falling anew. I feel so exposed, like I'm on display for everyone to judge. My cooking, my emotions, my love life. I can't do this anymore. He exhales, a tremor in the sound. You're not alone. We can handle it, but only if we face it together. Talk to the producers. Maybe find a way to show the public we're not faking. My anger flares again. That's exactly the trap, Luca. Show the public. We shouldn't have to prove anything. It's private. My voice echoes in the small lounge, raw with anguish. I can't. I need space. He stiffens, devastation flickering in his eyes. Space? After last night? He stops, swallowing. You're pulling away again. Tears blur my vision. I have to, or I'll break. I can't keep riding this roller coaster of heartbreak and scandal. If everyone thinks we're a showmance, maybe it's better we keep our distance until the competition ends. The words slice through me like a blade. I hate them, but terror rules my mind. He stares, color draining from his cheeks. So you're done? His voice is hollow. disbelieving. God, how can I convey it's fear driving me, not rejection? I'm not done caring about you, I croak, but I am done letting them exploit my vulnerability, if that means stepping back. He flinches like I've slapped him. Right, so you'd rather face this alone than trust what we have. His tone wavers between anger and heartbreak. My throat closes. I don't see another way, I choke out, tears dripping onto my collar. I can't risk my career or my sanity on a relationship no one believes is real. I just can't. He exhales, devastated. For a moment, he looks like he wants to argue, but then he just nods, eyes shining with suppressed pain. Fine, he says in a low, taut voice, if that's what you need. The finality in his tone shatters me. We stand there, hearts pounding, tears staining my cheeks. The moment stretches, an echo of heartbreak swirling around us. Then he turns away, jaw clenched, exiting the green room before I can say another word. The door thuds shut, and I sag against the wall, sobs racking my chest. This is it. The meltdown the producers wanted. Except the cameras aren't here to film my tears. Small consolation. I don't know how long I stay curled up in that dusty lounge, trembling with grief and anger. Eventually, I drag myself out, face blotchy, eyes burning. The show's daily schedule marches on, unstoppable. Contestants bustle. Producers bark orders, but I move like a ghost through the loft. No one dares approach me. Maybe they sense the storm cloud of heartbreak hovering over my head. Later, I learn the tabloids drop more photos, ambiguous source quotes suggesting Luca and I are plotting a rating stunt. Social media is aflame with conspiracy theories. Some claim we're a fake couple set up by producers. Others think we're real but playing it up. Regardless, the noise drowns out any sincerity we might cling to. I barricade myself in my bedroom, ignoring every knock. I want to bury myself in data, in cooking experiments, but my heart's too raw for logic. I keep replaying Luca's stricken face when I told him I needed space, like I'd just invalidated everything we shared. Did I just sabotage our fragile bond? The memory of his warmth last night, how safe I felt, collides with the new reality of scandal and my own panic. A fresh wave of tears threatens. I can't even comfort him, because I'm the one who ended it. At dinner time, I ignore the group meal. A production assistant slides a takeout container under my door, but I barely eat. I stare at the overhead light, wishing I could shut my mind off. The fear is suffocating. What if the world never sees us as genuine? What if I lose my credibility? And worse, what if, by pushing Luca away, I lose what we found together? Around midnight, the loft quiets. Most contestants are asleep. I slip out to use the kitchen, my eyes gritty from crying. The living area is dark, the skeleton camera crew absent for once. Relief sags my shoulders, no one to witness my breakdown. But as I round the corner, I see a familiar silhouette on the couch. Luca, hunched forward, elbows on his knees. He lifts his head at my approach, eyes hollow. We lock gazes. My heart stumbles. Neither of us speaks. I see the heartbreak etched in his features, the reflection of my own turmoil. Slowly, I back away, tears pricking. He doesn't move to follow. We're both too raw, the day's events scarring any chance of a calm conversation. Instead, I retreat to my room again, hands trembling. I ask for space, and he's giving it, but it hurts more than I imagined. Curled on my bed, I press my face into the pillow. The pillow still smells faintly of him, remnants of that night we spent entwined. The intimacy we shared feels like a distant dream, now overshadowed by accusations of a staged romance. Why does everything I open my heart to become ammunition for the public? Tears drip onto the sheets. I can't see a path forward. If we deny the rumors, we feed the storyline. If we ignore them, we look guilty. If we embrace each other publicly, we're faking it for ratings. If we distance ourselves, the rumor mill claims we broke up, fueling more drama. It's a trap, and I've chosen the path of self-preservation by pushing Luca away, but it's like a betrayal of my own heart. I can't win. Eventually, exhaustion claims me, though my sleep is restless, plagued by nightmares of paparazzi chasing me through a labyrinth of cameras, and Luca lost somewhere I can't reach. My alarm jolts me awake after only a few hours of fitful sleep. I drag myself through the morning routine, numb. The new scandal weighs heavily, pressing down on my chest. Every step feels mechanical as I dress for the day's filming, a dull ache throbbing in my ribs. When I emerge from my room, the loft is unusually quiet. Some contestants gather in the kitchen, murmuring. A few glance my way, sympathy or curiosity in their eyes. Adrian snorts when I pass, probably enjoying my misery. I ignore him. My gaze flicks to Luca's door, closed. He might already be on set or intentionally avoiding me. Pain squeezes my heart. The ride to the set is no better. In the van, Tim tries to offer friendly conversation, but I can't muster a response. My mind replays the headlines. Chef's Flame's biggest scandal yet. Fake love or genuine? Is Harper Sanders the ultimate showman's actress? I press my forehead to the cool window, wishing I could vanish. The producers waste no time calling me for a confessional. I balk, but they insist. I trudge into a cramped interview nook, lights glaring. A camera operator checks the focus. A producer nods at me. "Just tell us how you're feeling about these rumors," she prompts. I clench my fists at my sides, tears threatening. I am not sobbing on camera. "I have no comment on personal matters," I say in a robotic tone. "I'd prefer to focus on the cooking." Her brow furrows. "But fans want to know if you and Luca are really together, or if it's all—" I said no comment. My voice trembles on the last syllable. I step off the marking tape and rush away before they can push further, ignoring the producer's protests. My vision blurs with fresh tears. I can't do this. I can't stand there and either confess or deny, fueling them either way. The sense of entrapment is suffocating. As I dart around a corner, I nearly collide with Luca, who's leaning against a metal rack of pots, expression drawn. My chest throbs. We lock eyes, pain radiating between us. He opens his mouth to speak, but I put up a hand. "Don't," I whisper, voice raw. "I can't talk right now." And I brush past him, ignoring the shattered look on his face, tears burning anew. The day grinds on. We have to rehearse a new high-stakes challenge, something about plating a multi-course meal for a panel of VIP guests in record time. Adrian hovers at my station, tension crackling between us. He throws snide remarks about, "Good luck with your fake boyfriend," but I tune him out, going through the motions of measuring ingredients. My heart isn't in it. Across the set, I see Luca and Danielle also prepping. Danielle flutters her eyelashes at him, presumably continuing her attempts at flirtation. Luca doesn't seem receptive, but the sight of them side by side twists my stomach. We should be unstoppable partners, but the show orchestrated this fiasco, and now a new scandal claims we're faking romance. The irony is cruel. Midway through the rehearsal, a camera crew swarms me, filming my risotto technique. I try to focus, ignoring the lens. Then one of the camera operators says, too loudly, "So, Harper, any comment on the new scandal? Are you guys a real couple or what?" My spoon slips, sending hot stock splattering. Fury ignites in my chest, raw and immediate. "Get out of my face," I snap, voice trembling with emotion. The entire set goes silent, stunned by my outburst. "Harper," the operator starts. "I'm just doing my—" I slam the spoon down, tears of frustration burning. I'm tired of your questions. I'm tired of being poked and prodded. It's my life, not a soap opera. My voice cracks, echoing across the set. Adrian snickers behind me. Tim and Elena look concerned. The judges glance over from their vantage point. From my peripheral vision, I see Luca abandon his station, heading in my direction. His face is lined with worry, but I hold up a hand before he can approach. "Don't," I say, voice shaking. I can't bear to see pity in his eyes. I rush off the set, ignoring the stunned silence. The camera's capturing my meltdown. I lock myself in a supply closet. An actual closet full of aprons and spare utensils, heart pounding, tears streaming. I've lost it. I've never snapped like that on camera. My credibility as the calm, controlled scientist is gone, replaced by a sobbing, humiliated woman trapped by rumors. My hands shake so badly I can't even form a coherent thought. Is this how everything ends? After a few minutes, the door rattles. A producer's voice calls softly, "Harper, are you okay?" The concern in her tone only fuels my humiliation. "I need a minute," I manage, voice muffled. She hesitates. "All right, but we're paused until you come back." Footsteps recede, leaving me alone with the suffocating knowledge that everyone's waiting. Everyone saw me break. All is lost. My chest tightens. I tried letting Luca in, tried forging something real, and now it's used against me, twisted into headlines about a fake romance. We're both paying the price, and I lashed out at him too. He tried to help, but I shoved him away. Curled on the closet floor, I hide my face in my knees. A swirl of heartbreak, shame, and regret churns. I recall last night, his gentle kisses, the soft lamplight, that moment I thought we could defy the show's manipulations. Now it feels tainted by a new scandal. Maybe we are doomed. Tremors of sobs ripple through me. Letting him see my vulnerability was a mistake. Everything I feared, losing control, being exploited, has come true. If the public decides we're staging this, my professional credibility plummets. My entire identity as a serious food scientist collapses under tabloids, screaming about showman's drama. The heartbreak is crushing. Eventually, I pull myself together enough to creep out of the supply closet. I can't hide forever. The set is eerily quiet. People are waiting for me to resume, but I can't face them yet, so I slip out a back door that leads to a narrow outdoor loading area, just a concrete slab near a dumpster, surrounded by chain link fence. It's not glamorous, but it's free from cameras. Leaning against the fence, I stare at the sky. All is lost. I let those words ring in my mind, the finality sinking in. My chest aches with a hollow numbness. I think about calling my agent, asking if we can exit the show, but I'm bound by a contract. If I quit now, the producers will twist it as guilt or heartbreak. Distantly, I hear footsteps approaching. Fear flares. Maybe it's a camera. But no, it's Luca. Stepping through the chain link gate, his expression torn between relief and caution. He keeps a respectful distance, hands in his pockets. My heart clenches painfully. I told him I needed space. Why does it hurt so much to see him now? He stops a few paces away, voice hushed. "Harper, everyone's worried." I let out a shaky breath, hugging my arms. "Well, maybe they should stop poking me like a caged animal," I mutter, throat raw. I can't look at him for too long, or I'll dissolve into tears again. He exhales slowly, stepping closer. I sense the warmth of his presence, a reminder of last night's solace, but now it feels overshadowed by fresh betrayal. "Harper," he says softly, "I know it all feels hopeless, but you're not alone. We can figure out a plan, talk to the producers about limiting personal questions, maybe—" "No," I cut in, voice trembling. "We're past that. This entire show is built on personal drama. They won't back off, and the tabloids will spin anything we do. My eyes sting. I feel so stupid for believing we could keep it genuine. His face falls. It is genuine. You know that. He takes another step, voice thick with emotion. Harp, please don't shut me out just because the world doubts us. Tears threaten again, a lump in my throat. I can't handle the heartbreak. If trusting you means giving them more ammunition to claim we're faking, then maybe I should let it go. My own words taste bitter, but I can't see another path. Pain etches lines in his brow. We're giving up so easily? After everything? I sniff, wiping tears. Easily? This is killing me. My voice cracks. But what's the alternative? Pretend none of this hurts? That we can just rise above scandal? I don't see how. He looks gutted, chest rising with a shaky breath. Harp, I don't have all the answers, but the last thing I want is to lose you now that we finally found each other. The anguish in his tone matches my own heartbreak, but I'm too raw to accept comfort. I hug myself tighter, forcing my gaze to the asphalt. I'm sorry, I whisper, voice breaking. I just can't. He remains there a moment, heartbreak radiating in the silence. Then footsteps retreat. I sense him leaving, feel the final thread between us snapping. My shoulders quake with silent sobs. This is the all is lost moment. The synergy that once made us unstoppable is buried beneath scandal and fear, and I'm too consumed by self-preservation to reach for his hand again. Eventually, I muster the will to return inside, numb to the stares and whispered murmurs. The producers attempt to resume filming, but I function on autopilot, following instructions mechanically. Adrian keeps his distance, smirking occasionally, probably savoring my meltdown. I ignore him. Luca and I don't speak the rest of the day, not even a passing glance. The hush between us is suffocating. Once filming ends, I flee to the loft, lock myself in my room, and let the tears come freely. The future feels bleak. The show has weeks left, tabloids are merciless, and I've locked Luca out to protect my pride. The worst part is, I can't even convince myself it's the right choice. As night settles, I lie awake, staring at the ceiling, the taste of heartbreak fresh in my mouth. The memory of our intimacy taunts me, a phantom warmth against my cold sheets. Now it all feels like a mirage, shattered by scandal. I was foolish to trust. A tear drops from my eye, soaking into the pillow. My chest clenches with a final heartbreaking truth. I might have lost him for good, because in this twisted reality show, no sincerity remains unsullied, and my fear has driven away the one person who fought for me when no one else did. I close my eyes, letting the darkness swallow me. My last conscious thought is the echo of his voice saying, "Please don't shut me out." But I already have, and I'm not sure there's a way back. Our chance at redemption lies buried under rumor-laden debris, and my heart feels irrevocably torn.
Chapter 20. Luca. I stare at my reflection in the bathroom mirror, heart hammering, water dripping from the faucet in a slow, maddening rhythm. The morning light is all wrong. Harsh, fluorescent, highlighting the dark circles under my eyes. I've barely slept since Harper pushed me away, since the tabloids plastered our faces everywhere with accusations of a fake romance. Every time I close my eyes, I see her pained expression, as she told me she needs distance. Every moment since has felt like walking on a tightrope in a storm. I drag a hand over my stubble, letting out a low, unsteady exhale. What am I doing here? The question stalks me like a relentless ghost. Part of me wants to march up to the producers, yank off my mic, and walk out. The show has turned everything I value into fodder for scandal. But the other part, the part that loves cooking, that thrives on the rush of competition, can't let go so easily. Or can I? Right now, it feels like everything is crumbling, and I'm powerless to save it. A sharp rap on the bathroom door startles me. Tim's voice filters through, hesitant. "Luca, you good, man? Filming's in 20. My shoulders slump. "Yeah, I'm fine," I lie, shutting off the faucet. My reflection remains, eyes haunted, lips pressed thin. No, I'm not fine. But Tim doesn't need my baggage. I flick off the light, stepping into the hallway with a forced calm I've become too good at faking. The common area bustles with activity. Other contestants rummaging for quick breakfasts, camera operators adjusting equipment, producers conferring in hushed voices. The usual tension is spiked with an extra layer of dread, thanks to the scandal. Everyone tiptoes around me or Harper, as if we're both nuclear bombs ready to detonate. She's nowhere to be seen, likely barricaded in her room again. The memory of her tearful eyes yesterday, the raw betrayal in her voice when she said she can't handle this, is a knife twisting in my gut. I move on autopilot, grabbing a coffee cup from the cabinet. My new partner, Danielle, stands by the island, flipping through notes. She casts me a sidelong glance. Her earlier attempts at seduction have fizzled under the weight of our dismal synergy. Lately, she's more annoyed than flirtatious, as if my heartbreak has become an inconvenience. Good. I don't want to deal with her advances on top of everything else. I take a swig of coffee, but it's tasteless. My mind is stuck replaying every conversation with Harper, every time I tried to protect her from the rumor machine. Every time I failed. She's shutting me out. Maybe she's right. It's too messy. So what do I do now? The question nags at me. Walking away might be the only way to prove I'm not using her. But would that help or just confirm the tabloid's narrative? A hush falls as Donna, our relentlessly cheerful host, steps into the loft with a camera crew. Everyone stiffens. "Morning, chefs," she calls brightly. "Ready for another thrilling day?" A murmur of half-hearted replies echoes. My chest tightens. The last thing I feel is ready or thrilled. But this show doesn't pause for heartbreak. I set my coffee aside, ignoring the swirl of dread in my stomach. We pile into vans for the trip to the studio. I slump in a back seat, gazing out the window at LA's morning traffic. Tim sits beside me, scrolling on his phone. He glances at me occasionally, concern etched in his features. I sense he wants to ask if I'm okay. I'm not. But I don't have the energy to make small talk. Instead, I let my mind wander to a confessional snippet I filmed a few days ago, before everything blew up. I'd been so hopeful that Harper and I could weather the rumors. Now we're deeper in scandal, and she's retreated behind her walls. My stomach churns. What if she never lets me in again? My eyes burn with unshed tears, but I blink them back fiercely. Focus, Luca. You're on camera soon. When the van stops outside the large studio lot, Tim places a hand on me. You sure you're good? You look like you haven't slept in a week." "Feels that way," I admit, voice rough. "Just, a lot on my mind." He nods sympathetically. "If you need a friend, you can talk to me. We're all in this circus together." My throat tightens with gratitude I can't express. Thanks, Tim. But the piece of me that's truly hurting is tied to Harper. No one else can fix that wound. I climb out of the van, squinting at the harsh sunlight. Crew members herd us into the building. The day's challenges loom like a dark cloud. The next few hours blur in a haze of forced smiles and mechanical cooking. Danielle and I attempt a grilled fish dish with a fancy garnish, but the synergy is non-existent. She complains I'm not adding enough showmanship. I grumble she's overshadowing the flavors. The judges taste it and offer lukewarm praise. Adequate but lacking spark. We land in the middle again. My chest aches with the knowledge that, once upon a time, Harper and I soared to the top. Across the room I see Harper and Adrian also floundering. They produce another clashing dish. She tries precise molecular touches. He drowns it in flamboyant nonsense. The judges frown. They too remain stuck in the lower ranks. My heart clenches at her defeated posture. She looks so worn. But I can't approach, not after she pushed me away. The producers might spin it as more fake drama anyway. After filming, the show grants us a lunch break. I slip away to a side hallway, craving solitude. But my longing to confide in someone gnaws at me. Isn't there anyone I trust? My mind drifts to Chef Delgado, a former mentor from culinary school who once taught a guest workshop. He's not part of the show, but we occasionally text. Could I call him? Would that even help? Chewing my lip, I step into an empty corridor, phone in hand. Screw it. I dial his number, heart pounding. He picks up on the third ring. Luca, my boy. Delgado's warm voice echoes down the line. Haven't heard from you in months. How's the competition? I press my back against the cold cement wall, staring at a flickering overhead light. Chef, I'm not great, I admit, voice trembling. I might walk away. Silence stretches a beat. Then Delgado's voice softens. Tell me what's going on, kiddo. The floodgates open. I confess how the show twisted everything, how a new scandal suggests Harper and I are faking romance for ratings, how we were unstoppable together until the producers split us, then the rumor fiasco drove us apart. My chest tightens as I describe how Harper's retreated, how the tabloids are calling us frauds, how I failed to protect her again. Delgado listens quietly, occasionally murmuring a sympathetic, When I finish, tears threaten. I don't know if I can keep doing this, I choke out. Harper deserves better than this spectacle, and I'm not sure if staying helps her or hurts her. Maybe I should quit. He clears his throat. Luca, you're a fighter. I remember the first time you walked into my workshop. Cocky as hell, but raw talent shining through. You never gave up on a dish. Why give up on her? Pain lances me. Because I'm messing up again. She's hurting, shutting me out. And the show's turned us into a sideshow. If I walk away, maybe the rumor dies. Delgado exhales. Kid, if you love cooking, if you love her, running away won't fix it. You tried that in college, remember? His gentle reprimand hits home. Back then you walked away from your dream, and from Harper, when things got tough. Didn't that hurt you both? I swallow. Yes, I whisper. It still does. Then why repeat the same mistake? Delgado's tone is firm but caring. Staying might be messy, but it's also the only way to prove you're serious. Face the storm, show them you won't fold under pressure, and show her you'll stand by her side even if she's not ready to see it. Tears prick my eyes. What if I fail again? What if I can't protect her from the tabloids? Protection isn't always possible, Delgado replies softly. Sometimes you can only offer support. Let her know you're not going anywhere, come hell or high water. That means more than you think. My chest tightens, tears slipping free. He's right. I walked away once and we both paid the price. Doing it again would confirm every fear Harper has about my reliability. But she told me to give her space. Delgado pauses. Space doesn't mean vanish. Respect her boundaries, yes, but don't vanish from the competition if your heart's still in it. Cook your best, show your passion, and when the dust settles, be there for her. That's how you prove you're worthy. His words resonate with painful clarity. Prove I'm worthy. That's the root of it. I'm terrified of failing her. But Delgado's right. Quitting now is a coward's move, an echo of my past mistakes. Even if Harper's pushing me away, I can't repeat history by walking out. Thank you, I say thickly, voice cracking. I needed to hear that. Anytime, kid, Delgado says warmly. And Luca? Yeah? He chuckles gently. Show him your cooking can outshine any scandal. That's the Luca Moretti I know. I manage a watery laugh. Yes, chef. We hang up, and I press the phone to my chest, exhaling shaky breaths. The tension remains, but a renewed sense of purpose flickers in my gut. I can't fix the tabloids or force Harper to trust me again, but I can stay the course. Fight for what we had, by being present and determined, not by running off in shame. When I return to the main set, the bustle of lunch break has ended. Contestants trickle back in for the next challenge prep. My gaze darts around, searching for Harper. I see her near a station, eyes downcast, fiddling with a whisk. My chest aches. I want to rush over and tell her I'm not leaving. But she asked for space. I'll respect it. Doesn't mean I'm invisible, though. Instead, I take my place by Danielle, ignoring her irritated sigh. She must sense my new resolve, because she arches an eyebrow. You look less depressed, she remarks dryly. I inhale, leveling her a calm look. I had a moment of clarity. I'm here to cook and see this through, no matter the drama. She scoffs, rolling her eyes, but I ignore it. My mind stays on Harper, knowing she's hurting, but I'll keep Delgado's words close. I won't vanish. The next segment is a timed duo synergy test. Danielle and I scramble to produce a balanced dish. She pushes for more flambé. I insist on carefully layering flavors. For once, we compromise effectively. Synergy is still shaky, but I channel all my frustration into perfecting the sauce. Each stir, each taste, I recall Delgado's encouragement. I'm here to show them I'm not a runner. When the judges taste, they nod, faintly impressed. Better than last time, Chef Anna comments. Still not top tier, but there's improvement. A small step forward, but it's still a win. My heart lifts a fraction. Harper and Adrian produce a half-decent dish too. Slightly mismatched, but not a disaster. She avoids looking my way, yet I sense her tension is still high. Something in me aches to talk to her, but she ducks out of filming the moment it's done, likely heading off to quell the tabloids or brace for another onslaught. My chest tightens. That night, after filming ends, Tim corners me in the loft's lounge. A skeleton camera crew roams, but Tim leads me to a quiet corner by the window. The overhead lighting is dim, soft enough that the camera might not bother filming us. You're looking a bit more stable, Tim notes, eyes kind behind his glasses. Are you okay? I hesitate, recalling Delgado's advice to confide in a friend. Tim might not be my old mentor, but he's shown genuine kindness. I'm getting there, I admit. My voice trembles. I nearly walked away, but I realized that'd just prove every rumor right. I have to stand my ground. Tim nods, relieved. I'm glad. You have so much talent. It'd be a shame to see you leave because of scandal. A reserved smile tugs at my lips. It's more than the scandal. It's Harper. We have this complicated past, and we reconnected. But now everything's twisted into some fake romance narrative. She pushed me away to protect herself, and I get it, but it kills me. Tim's expression softens. I've seen how you look at her, man. It's not fake. You wearing your heart on your sleeve might be the realest thing on this show. My throat tightens. Then why does it feel impossible to show her that now? He rests a hand on my forearm. Give her time. Keep cooking your heart out. Show her you're not running. And maybe she'll see you mean it. The show will end eventually. Who knows what might happen after? His words echo Delgado's. Don't vanish. Stay the course. A tremor of gratitude runs through me. Thanks. I appreciate it. Tim squeezes my shoulder, offering a small grin. Anytime. Later that evening, I retreat to my bedroom. The cameras are mostly gone, the loft quiet. I flick on the lamp, sinking onto the bed. My mind replays the day, how I didn't crumble under Danielle's demands, how I found a fragile synergy to keep us afloat. It's not a triumphant victory, but it's a start. Maybe that's all I can do. Keep going, keep cooking, keep showing Harper I'm not leaving. Yet fear still gnaws at me. What if she never forgives me for dragging her into this? My phone lights up with a text from Delgado. Proud of you. Keep cooking from the heart. I smile, warmth spreading through my chest. He believes in me. Tim believes in me. I just need Harper to believe in me, too. But that might take time, especially if the tabloids keep throwing fuel on the scandal. I shuffle through some scattered recipes, each one reminding me of how well Harper and I once collaborated. My eyes sting as I recall that unstoppable synergy, how she'd refine the measurements, I'd add creative twists, and we'd produce magic. Now we're locked in separate partnerships, subpar. We're better together. The clock ticks toward midnight, but sleep feels distant. My mind roils with regrets and longing. I pace the small bedroom, fists clenched at my sides. I almost lost everything once before, leaving college. Now I risk losing Harper for good if I can't prove myself. The sense of déjà vu is crushing, like I'm stuck in a replay of old mistakes. I slump into the chair by the desk, dropping my head into my hands. "I won't let you go again," I whisper, voice cracking in the stillness. The overhead lamp buzzes softly, the only sound in this lonely room. Should I have stayed in her life all those years ago? Could we have avoided this heartbreak if I just asked for help? My heart clenches as I recall Harper's anguished expression, her fear that everything was a spectacle, that maybe we're performing without realizing it. It's real. I want to scream. But how do I prove that to her? To the cameras, to the tabloids that devour every rumor? I consider scribbling her a note, sliding it under her door, or sneaking to her room to talk. But she needs space, and I need to respect that. Delgado's words ring again. Stay. Fight. Don't repeat your old pattern of running. A wave of despair hits me. What if fighting means enduring her cold distance until the show ends? The idea twists my gut with dread. But the alternative, quitting, feels like a betrayal of everything I promised her. I can't do that again. I won't. I lift my head, blinking away tears. I'm done letting fear rule me. If I walk away, it's the same as telling Harper I wasn't strong enough to stand by her. No. I'll face these tabloids, these rumors. I'll keep cooking with everything I have, show the producers they can't break me. And maybe, just maybe, when the dust settles, she'll see I'm here for her, not for cameras. Eventually, exhaustion weighs on me like a heavy blanket. I move to the bed, collapsing onto the rumpled sheets. The lamp casts flickering shadows on the wall. My thoughts drift to Harper's silhouette, her quiet strength, her raw humor, the vulnerability she showed when we were pressed chest to chest in the dark. My chest aches, a longing so deep it feels physical. If I can endure this show, if I can keep from running away, maybe I'll earn a chance to show her how real it is. That's my vow to myself, even if she doesn't want to hear it. I shut my eyes, the soft hiss of the loft's air conditioning the only lullaby. In the haze before sleep claims me, a fragile surge of determination takes root. Tomorrow, I'll keep cooking with purpose. I'll let the world see I'm not faking, not using her. If that means standing in the storm alone, I'll do it. Because if I don't fight, I'll regret it forever. When my alarm blares at dawn, I jolt awake, adrenaline spiking. My mind replays the vow I made last night. No more waffling. I rise, shower quickly, ignoring the hollowness in my chest that emerges whenever I think of Harper. She might not believe in me yet, but I'll keep showing up. I dress in my chef's coat, tie my hair back, and step into the hallway. The loft is quiet. Most are still asleep. My footsteps echo as I head to the kitchen, determined to gather ingredients for a personal experiment, maybe finalize a new sauce concept. It's small, but it's something tangible I can control. As I rummage for spices, Tim enters, blinking blearily. "You're up early," he says, voice rough with sleep. "I want to test a new sauce recipe before filming," I reply, a faint spark of excitement stirring. Yes, this is the Luca who doesn't give up. I gather tomatoes, onions, some herbs. Tim smiles, relief in his face. "That's good," he says. "The old Luca is back." I huff a small laugh. "Working on it." And I mean it. I'm working on staying, on not letting heartbreak or scandal define me. I sense a presence behind me. My heart thumps, hoping it's Harper, but it's only Danielle, yawning theatrically. She eyes my ingredients with mild curiosity. Sauce at dawn, huh? Yep, I say simply, not offering more. My mind is set on cooking, on proving to myself I'm not folding. If Danielle wants to help or hinder, that's her choice. I'll do my best. She shrugs, wanders off to the coffee pot. I exhale, turning back to my prep. A flicker of sadness reminds me how this would be so much more fulfilling if Harper was here, working by my side, teasing me about my flamboyance or watching my stirring technique. Instead, we're split. But I press on. I'll keep going until the final challenge, if that's what it takes. Time flows, and I perfect a robust tomato herb sauce with subtle, smoky undertones. Tim tastes a spoonful, eyebrows shooting up. "Wow, that's good," he says, grinning. "This is your new secret weapon." I let out a contented sigh. Yes, something creative, something wholly mine, something to anchor me in the chaos. "It might be," I say, a hint of a smile tugging my lips. Pride flickers in my chest. Delgado would be proud. Harper never appears during my sauce experiment. I try not to dwell on that. She's probably avoiding me or still wrestling with the scandal. The ache in my heart doesn't subside, but I cling to my vow. I'm not leaving. I'll show up in the kitchen every day, cooking my best, waiting for the chance to prove to her I'm worth trusting. When filming resumes mid-morning, we're given another challenge, an appetizer speed round. Danielle and I managed to incorporate my new sauce concept for a quick amuse-bouche. The synergy is shaky, but the sauce elevates the dish enough that the judges take notice. We land in the top half, a small but meaningful achievement. Harper and Adrian produce a middling dish again. They remain near the bottom. My stomach twists with concern for her, but she avoids my gaze. Her shoulders slump, and Adrian scowls at her. A camera tries to interview them, presumably pushing the fake romance angle. She shuts down, giving curt answers. My heart clenches. She's shutting everyone out, not just me. Even so, a flicker of determination stirs. I'll keep doing well in challenges, become unstoppable if I can. Maybe she'll see I'm not playing games. I'm fighting for us in my own way. At day's end, I slip outside to the loading area, the same place where Harper once retreated. I need a breather. The sun dips low, casting golden light across the pavement. I lean against the wall, phone in hand. A text from Delgado pings. "Keep cooking from the heart. She'll see." Tears prick my eyes. I type back. "Thanks, chef. I'm not quitting." Then I pocket the phone, exhaling. I'm staying for the competition, for Harper and for myself. Fear of failing her might be huge, but fear of running away again is worse. I can't repeat that mistake. I replay Delgado's words. Face the storm. The tabloids can scream all they want. My job is to cook, to show unwavering presence. If Harper needs space, I'll give it, but I won't vanish. If she never comes around, at least I'll leave this show knowing I didn't bail when it got rough. That evening, we ride back to the loft in near silence. My mind is calmer than it's been in days, though sorrow still weighs heavy. Once we arrive, the camera crew sets up for the usual nighttime ambience shots. I slip past them, heading to my room. I yearn to knock on Harper's door, see if she's okay. But she asked for space, and I'll respect that until I sense an opening. Inside my room, I peel off my chef's coat, tossing it over a chair. My reflection in the mirror catches my eye. Tired, yes, but steadier. I'm not running. That counts for something. Maybe this is my path to redemption. Show Harper I won't repeat the past. I settle on the bed, rummaging for a notepad. A half-formed idea for a new dessert marinade flickers in my mind. Maybe something with citrus and a hint of lavender. Normally, I'd bounce such ideas off Harper, but for now I scribble notes alone, the pen scratching softly in the quiet. There's a light tap at my door. My pulse jolts, hope flaring. Could it be Harper? I rise, crossing the room quickly. Opening the door, I see Tim standing there, offering a supportive half-smile. My heart sinks a little with disappointment, but I wave him in. "Hey!" He steps inside. "I just wanted to check on you. You seemed better today, but I know it's still tough." I nod, gesturing for him to sit. We both perch on the bed's edge, an odd reflection of how I used to sprawl with Harper, discussing recipes. My chest twinges. "I decided I'm not quitting," I say simply. "I can't leave Harper to face this alone." Tim's face lights with relief. "That's good. The show's rough, but you can do a lot of good here. Prove the rumors wrong by just being yourself. Give it your all." I stare at the notepad, lines of marinade notes scrawled in messy handwriting. "Yeah. I'm just worried she'll never forgive me for not protecting her better." Tim grips my shoulder. "If you focus on cooking your best, staying honest, she'll see. Might take time, but if it's real, it'll outlast any scandal." I swallow, nodding. "I have to hope so." "Thanks," I say softly. He pats my shoulder and leaves, shutting the door behind him. The loft quiets. The cameras presumably finish their day's coverage. I remain on the bed, letting the silence settle. Another long day tomorrow, another challenge, another chance to show my resolve. Later, after the loft goes dark, I pace my room, restlessness gnawing at me. My mind wanders to Harper's door, just down the hall. If I listen intently, I can almost hear her faint movements. Is she crying herself to sleep again? Or is she awake, also longing for me but too scared to let me close? The thought tears at my heart. I approach my door, half tempted to slip into the hallway, knock quietly on hers, whisper that I'm sorry, that I won't ever abandon her. But I hesitate, remembering her raw pain. She asked for space. Crashing her solitude might make her withdraw further. I have to respect her boundaries. My hand trembles on the doorknob before I step back, cursing softly under my breath. Returning to the bed, I lie down, staring at the ceiling fan. Darkness engulfs the room, mirroring the darkness inside me. Dark night of the soul indeed. But a slender thread of determination glimmers in the void. Delgado's words, Tim's encouragement, my vow to Harper, these form the scaffold of my fragile hope. I let out a shuddering breath, recalling the times Harper and I soared in challenges, the quiet jokes we shared, the nights we gave in to desire. A tear slips down my cheek, unbidden. She's worth fighting for, even if it means enduring the rumor storm alone. My fear of failing her still looms, but I cling to the knowledge that walking away is the surest way to fail. Gradually, my eyes droop, exhaustion pulling me under. My last conscious thought is a silent plea that tomorrow will bring a glimmer of light in this unrelenting darkness, that Harper might see I'm still here, unwavering, refusing to vanish. Because if there's one thing I've learned, it's that real commitment means staying, even when the world tries to tear you apart. And I'm ready to face it, no matter how brutal, until she believes in me again. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylerWalker.com get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner, because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla. Chapter 21. Harper. I'm mid-slice on a mound of fresh basil, the rhythmic chop-chop barely registering over the roar in my head, when the show's executive producer, Mara, strides onto the set with a clipboard clutched in white-knuckled fingers. Her eyes sweep over the row of cooking stations, where the remaining contestants, myself included, are prepping for a preliminary challenge. The atmosphere is thick with tension. We're only days from the finale, and every decision feels monumental. My heart pounds. What now? I've learned to dread spontaneous announcements. After the humiliation of the rumor fiasco and the brutal emotional fallout, I expect nothing but more chaos. At the station beside me, Adrian notices Mara's approach and mutters a low curse. His flamboyance has been stifled lately, overshadowed by the pressure of nearly bottoming out in recent challenges. Meanwhile, I stand rigid, face blank, waiting for the next blow. Mara taps her clipboard decisively. "Attention, chefs," she calls, projecting her voice over the clatter of pans. "We're making a final format change before the finale." A ripple of apprehension passes through the group. Luca, across the aisle, goes still, a flicker of wariness in his dark eyes. "We're returning to original pairs," Mara announces, no trace of apology in her tone. "Public demand is high for the teams that started this season strong, so effective immediately, you're all reinstated with your initial partners." A stunned hush follows her words. My knife clatters onto the cutting board. They're reuniting me and Luca? A surge of adrenaline lights my veins, mingling with fear and longing. On one level, I'm outraged the producers can just shuffle us like chess pieces at will. On another, I can't deny a flicker of relief. I do cook best with him, and after everything, part of me wants him at my side again despite the heartbreak. Adrian curses under his breath, shooting me a sharp glare. "Guess you're ditching me," he says, voice dripping with contempt. "Not that you were much help anyway." I ignore the barb, heart racing. The memory of the fiasco with Luca, our near break, the rumor that we faked everything, claws at me. I refuse to see him, refuse to trust him, wanting to protect myself from scandal. But we can't deny our synergy. We had a magic in the kitchen no one else could replicate. Now, with the finale looming, do I risk letting him close again? Mara consults her clipboard. "Harper, you'll rejoin Luca. Tim, you're back with Elena." She rattles off the rest, but my ears ring too loudly to absorb more details. My cheeks burn. I feel Luca's eyes on me. I force my gaze up, meeting his across the row. He's watching me, expression carefully neutral, but there's something vulnerable in his posture, like he's bracing for rejection or relief. My pulse thuds. If I push him away again, I might doom both of us. But can I handle the emotional risk? I gather my resolve, swallowing hard. The producers are conferring with Adrian, giving him some new assignment. It's a blur. All I can see is Luca. Basil sprig tattoo on his forearm, chef's coat slightly rumpled from a morning of stress. Memories of nights spent in each other's arms tangle with the tabloid's cruel headlines. My stomach knots. Focus, Harper. With the decision made, we're instructed to gather with our reinstated partners. The set erupts in motion. Adrian stomps off, cursing about sabotage, while Luca crosses the aisle toward me. My hands shake. The last time we had a real conversation, I was pushing him away, tears in my eyes, insisting I couldn't handle the rumors. He stops a foot away, awkward tension crackling between us. I can smell his faint cologne, something warm and smoky. I recall burying my face against his chest, inhaling that same scent. My heart clenches. "So," he says softly, "we're back together." Looks like it, I reply, gripping my chef's knife in a futile attempt to steady myself. A swirl of longing and fear churns in my gut. I force my voice to remain even. We have a challenge about to start in, 30 minutes? He nods, eyes searching my face. Yeah, it's a big one. Some sort of taste of the world theme, I think. We'll need synergy. His tone is careful, referencing the synergy we've both lacked for weeks, the synergy we used to share so effortlessly. I bite my lip, recalling how unstoppable we once were. Let's figure out a plan then, I say, swallowing back the emotion. No time to waste. He hesitates, as though he wants to say more, but a producer hurries over, instructing us to shift stations. I gather my chopped basil, my scattered ingredients, and follow Luca to the far end of the kitchen, where a clean, fully stocked station awaits. The cameras track our every movement. My neck prickles, imagining how the tabloids will spin this reunion. Let them talk. We have cooking to do. We stand side by side at the new station, tension thick as custard. The overhead lights gleam off stainless steel counters, and a boom mic hovers, capturing any scrap of dialogue. I rub my temples, mind whirling with half-formed recipes. We have 1 hour to create a global fusion dish, I murmur. The producers want something that screams taste of the world. We need to combine at least 2 distinct cuisines. Luca nods, stepping around me to glance at the ingredient shelves. We could do an Italian twist on a Thai curry, or maybe a Mexican spin on classic French. He trails off, gaze darting to me. He wants my input, always the give and take we once excelled at. I inhale, forcing calm. Italian Thai might be interesting, like a saffron risotto, but infused with lemongrass and coconut, topped with basil lime shrimp. Could be weird or brilliant. His lips twitch, a ghost of a smile. We do like playing with weird, don't we? A shaky laugh escapes me. Yeah, my chest tightens. This is how it used to feel. Brainstorming, bridging logic with flair. But behind my professional composure, raw emotions simmer. I shift uncomfortably. Let's see if we can unify the flavors properly. I'll handle the precise measurements. You handle the aromatic intensity. No flambe stunts, though, please. My voice trembles on the last word, half jest, half plea. We can't overshadow each other again. He nods, sincerity in his gaze. Agreed. We'll strike a balance. There's a softness in his tone, an unspoken, I won't let you down. My heart clenches. Maybe I can trust him, just for this competition, if nothing else. We begin gathering ingredients. Arborio rice, coconut milk, lemongrass, shrimp, saffron. The cameras hover, capturing our newfound collaboration. My mind whirls with data, how lemongrass interacts with saffron, the ratio of coconut to stock for risotto consistency. Luca hums under his breath, measuring out spices by feel. I let out a breath, letting him do his intuitive thing, while I calibrate the rest. Despite my lingering fear, I can't deny a spark of excitement. This is what we do best, fusing logic and flair. The synergy, though tentative, hums back to life. Halfway through, a producer sidles up, mic in hand, clearly hoping for a dramatic soundbite. Harper, Luca, how does it feel to be reunited? She winks, the subtext glaringly obvious. Are you still faking it? My spine locks, hands tightening on the saucepan handle. Luca sets his spatula aside, turning to face her. We're here to cook our best dish, he says coolly, not offering any personal tidbit. I nod, following his lead. That's our priority. The producer prods, disappointed. Any comment on the rumors that your romance was staged? That you asked to be repaired for showman's points? The scorn in her tone makes my blood boil. My throat constricts, mind flashing back to the heartbreak. The tabloids. They want more drama, but I refuse to let them bait me. I slip into professional composure. No comment, I say crisply, stirring the risotto. We just want to focus on our dish. She lingers, hoping we'll crack, but Luca turns his back, returning to prep. After a beat, she scowls and walks off. My heart bangs in my chest. It's a small victory, shutting her down, but the tension remains, simmering beneath the surface. Time ticks down. Our risotto thickens, a fragrant blend of coconut, lemongrass, and saffron. Luca sears the shrimp with chili and lime. We exchange hurried tastes and adjustments. Oddly, it feels right. The synergy is more cautious than before, but it's there. He glances at me between stirs and our eyes meet, flickering with unspoken relief. With 5 minutes left, we plate meticulously. The final dish is a swirl of golden rice, bright flecks of lemongrass, succulent shrimp perched on top. The aroma is heady. Italian comfort meets Thai zest. My breath trembles with anticipation. If the judges sense our synergy again, we might push through to the finale. In a lull, Luca wipes a speck of sauce from my wrist. The small gesture sparks electricity. "This is good," he murmurs. "Really good." My heart clenches at the warmth in his voice. "We make a good team," I say quietly, tears pricking my eyes. Still, he studies my face. "We do." A moment stretches, laden with everything unsaid. "I miss you." I want to cry, but the cameras hover, capturing every glance. I drop my gaze, forcing composure. When time's up, we carry our dish to the panel. Chef Miguel, Chef Winslow, and Chef Anna lean in, intrigued by the fusion concept. They each take a bite. My pulse thrums. Chef Anna closes her eyes, savoring the layered flavors. Chef Winslow nods, impressed. Chef Miguel lifts a brow in surprise. Chef Winslow sets his fork aside. Remarkably cohesive, despite blending bold ingredients. You achieved a balance. Neither the Italian nor Thai elements overshadow the other. Chef Anna smiles brightly. "I adore the saffron coconut combo. It's delicate yet vibrant, and the shrimp ties it together. Well done." Chef Miguel adds, "This dish shows real teamwork. Feels like the synergy we saw at the start of the season is back." Warmth swells in my chest. They sense it too. Luca meets my eye, a faint, relieved grin tugging at his lips. I can't help the small smile that forms in return. For a moment, the heartbreak, rumors, all of it fades under the thrill of success. Later, after the other teams present, Donna gathers everyone in front of the cameras. "Chefs, we have crucial news," she declares, microphone raised. We're nearing the finale and the judges have tallied scores from all challenges. The teams advancing to the final round are, she dramatically lists a few pairs, building suspense. My stomach twists, hand gripping the edge of the table. Finally. And last but not least, Harper Sanders and Luca Moretti. Applause echoes, and I exhale shakily, relief flooding me. We made it. Luca glances at me, eyes shining with unspoken emotion, as if to say we did this together. My throat tightens. We step forward to accept the typical applause and confessional filming. The producers announce the final challenge is tomorrow, giving us a short window to prep. Then they dismiss us, swirling around to capture reaction footage from teams that didn't make it. I linger by the stage, knees weak. We're in the finale, together. As soon as the cameras shift focus, I slip off to the side. My chest is still heaving from the adrenaline. We made it to the final, but tomorrow's challenge will be brutal. Can I truly handle cooking with Luca again under the weight of these rumors? Suddenly, a presence behind me. I turn to see him, shoulders tense, eyes full of questions. "Harper," he says softly, stepping closer. The hush of the backstage corridor envelops us, a pocket of relative privacy. My heart thuds. "Yes?" My voice is low, uncertain. He runs a hand through his hair, a nervous gesture. I know you asked for space, and I respect that, but tomorrow's the final. We have to coordinate, strategize. More than that, we need each other in the kitchen. You know it as much as I do. My eyes burn with tears I've tried to hold at bay. I do know, I whisper, voice trembling. My science alone isn't enough to win. I can't do it without your flair, your improvisation. We saw that in the last challenge. And honestly, it's not just about cooking. My face flushes, admitting the deeper truth. His gaze softens, caution and hope intermingling. I'm here, Harp. No matter what the tabloids say, or how the producers spin it, I'm not walking away. The question is, can you let me in again? Tears slip down my cheeks, a knot in my throat. I recall the scathing headlines, the fake romance rumors, how humiliating it felt to be labeled a sham. But I can't deny the warmth in my chest, the sense of safety I get when he stands up for me or offers that confident grin. Maybe trusting him is a risk, but losing him is worse. Yes, I breathe, voice thick with emotion. One last time. I can't face the finale alone. My cheeks burn. Or maybe I don't want to. I want you, Luca. His eyes gleam with relief, a shaky exhale escaping. Then we'll face it together, he murmurs. Slowly he lifts a hand to brush away my tears, fingertips lingering against my cheek. Thank you, he whispers, the words laced with gratitude. I promise I won't let you down again. A surge of tenderness wells up in me. The hallway's stark lighting feels less oppressive, with him standing so close, his breath warm against my hair. My heart beats wildly. Am I making a mistake, or is this redemption? Only time will tell, but the sense of rightness eclipses my fear for a moment. I nod, voice unsteady but resolute. We'll get through the finale, show them what we're capable of. I glance away, shy. And afterward, maybe we figure out if we can be more than just cooking partners. A faint, hopeful smile curves his mouth. I'd like that, he says simply. We stand there, the hush of the corridor wrapping us in a pocket of possibility. For a second, I'm tempted to press against him, to reclaim the closeness we once shared. But I settle for letting his hand linger on my cheek, breathing in the promise that we might find a way forward. That evening, the production vans drop us at the loft. This time, when we shuffle in, Luca and I walk side by side. Cameras track our steps, but I ignore them. Let them see we're partnering again. I'm choosing to trust him. Scandal be damned. A hush falls among the other contestants, who shoot us curious or relieved looks. Our synergy is no secret. Even Adrian can't muster more than a sneer as he passes by. We slip into the loft kitchen together. I stand at the counter, scanning potential late-night snack ingredients. My stomach growls. Adrenaline from the day has left me drained. I need to eat something, I mutter, rubbing my temple. Maybe just bread and cheese or... Luca gently nudges me aside. Let me. You look exhausted. He rummages for a skillet and fresh tomatoes, a small grin on his face. I'll whip up something simple. A quick sautéed tomato sauce with leftover basil and garlic. We can do bruschetta. My chest warms. This domestic moment feels surreal after all the heartbreak. Okay, I whisper, letting him handle it. I slump onto a stool, watching as he dices tomatoes and crushes garlic with practiced flair. This is what we used to do, find solace in cooking side by side. My eyes sting with tears at the memory. Before long, the skillet sizzles with fragrant tomatoes, garlic, olive oil. He toasts bread in the oven, humming under his breath. My chest tightens with longing. I want to step up behind him, wrap my arms around his waist, but the loft isn't truly private. Some skeleton crew might still roam, so I settle for a soft smile. Soon, once this madness ends, When it's ready, he plates a few slices of toasted bread, topping them with the tomato mixture, a drizzle of olive oil, a sprinkle of salt. The aroma is heavenly. He hands me a slice, his gaze gentle. Eat. I take a bite, flavor bursting on my tongue. Tension uncoils in my shoulders. Thank you, I say, voice catching. For everything. My cheeks burn, recalling how this is more than about food. He's supporting me, forging a new trust. He nods, swallowing a bite of his own. We'll face tomorrow's finale together, no matter what the producers or tabloids say. He hesitates, then leans in, lowering his voice. No one can stop in the kitchen, right? Despite the swirling nerves, I grin faintly. Yeah, unstoppable. My heart flutters. If we can recapture that synergy, we might just take the title. When we finish eating, the loft grows quieter. Most contestants have retreated to rooms, preparing for the final day. Luca and I stand by the counter, bowls and crumbs scattered, the overhead light casting warm shadows. An unspoken question hangs between us. Do we keep pushing each other away or risk forging something real again? I take a trembling breath, recalling the heartbreak, the humiliations, the rumor fiasco, but also recalling the triumphant times we cooked as one. The softness of his voice when he told me I was worth defending. My science alone can't guarantee victory. I need his spontaneity, his fearless improvisation. And I want him beyond the kitchen, even if it terrifies me. I lift my gaze to meet his. We do this. We do it fully, I whisper. I'll trust you for the finale. And after, we figure out how to handle the scandal, the rumors, together. If that's okay with you. Emotion flickers in his eyes, relief mixed with gratitude. It's more than okay. I'm all in. A shaky exhale escapes me, tension ebbing from my spine. I dare to place my hand over his on the counter, our fingers interlacing. The small contact sends a jolt of warmth up my arm. My heart beats a little faster, but for once it's not just anxiety, it's hope. We might fail. The tabloids might keep howling, but at least we won't face it alone. He gently squeezes my hand, a silent promise in the gesture. My chest tightens with a surge of affection. This is the break into 3. The moment I choose redemption over fear, synergy over isolation. No matter the final outcome, I'm done letting shame and scandal dictate my choices. Later, I slip away to my bedroom, the final day's challenge echoing in my mind. I set out a small notebook on the desk, scribbling potential flavor combinations for a grand finale menu. My scientific side thrives on data, on measured approaches. But I allow room for Luca's flair, leaving question marks and notes like, ask Luca about marinade, possible flambe if subtle. A faint smile tugs my lips. We're a team again. A swirl of nerves pricks at me, imagining how the show will exploit our reunion. But I cling to the vow we made, to face it together. Better to be unstoppable and scandalous than safe and mediocre. My heart's decided, for better or worse. Glancing at the clock, I realize it's past midnight. Exhaustion weighs heavily. Tomorrow, the finale will test every skill we have. Win or lose, I'm with Luca. The idea soothes me, easing the lonely ache in my chest. That's enough for now. I crawl into bed, the sheets soft against my weary limbs. My eyelids drift shut, a million anxieties dancing in my mind, rumors, sabotage, heartbreak. But overshadowing them all is a renewed sense of purpose. I choose to trust him. I choose to stand beside him. Let him stand beside me. As sleep claims me, I recall the flicker of hope in his eyes, the reassurance in his voice, the synergy that's always been ours. And I cling to that, letting it buoy me through the darkness. Tomorrow's the finale. But tonight, I drift off with a quiet, fragile optimism. Because come morning, Luca and I will step into the kitchen as partners again. forging a path that might just lead us to victory. And maybe, if we're brave enough, to something like love that transcends the cameras.
Chapter 22. Luca. I stand at the edge of the stainless steel counter, heart thumping harder than the industrial mixers rumbling in the background. Today is the finale of Chef's Flame, the day I've spent weeks chasing, drowning in heartache and rumors and half-formed hopes. I'm wired on adrenaline, my mind racing with last-minute recipe ideas, and the knowledge that Harper and I are finally back where we belong, side by side. She's across from me in a matching black chef's coat, hair pinned in a neat bun, her hazel eyes scanning a scribbled list of potential techniques like it's an undiscovered star map. The overhead lights beam down mercilessly, capturing every flicker of tension in her posture. But beneath that tension, I sense a hidden spark of excitement. We're cooking together again, united rather than forced apart. We have exactly 3 hours to finalize a sample recipe for the final round. The producers gave us a list of secret twists we might face tomorrow. Random proteins, surprise ingredients, time constraints. It's the most cutthroat event of the season. I can practically taste the nerves crackling off everyone in the building. At the station next to ours, Tim and Elena mutter about plating styles. Further down, Grace fusses with an array of pastry components, while her partner tries not to roll his eyes. Cameras prowl everywhere, capturing the mania. But none of that matters if Harper and I find our synergy again. We can do this. I glance at her, forcing a light grin. So, Doc, you ready to blend molecular wizardry with old-school flavor bombs? She looks up, and the tension in her shoulders eases just a hair. Her lips curve in a tentative smile that makes my pulse jump. Yeah, let's see if we can avoid blowing up the kitchen or each other. Her tone is wry, but there's warmth beneath it. Memories of banter we used to share. I let out a low chuckle. I'll try not to flambe your delicate foam. I rummage for a small skillet, half expecting her to snipe at me about showmanship, but her cheeks flush with a faint pink. Good, she murmurs, because if you do, I'll sabotage your sauce. She says it softly, teasing. The electricity between us hums. It's like old times, only loaded with more emotional history than ever. I swallow, turning to the array of fresh ingredients we've gathered. We're prepping a test run of a bold, cross-cultural main course. Harper wants to incorporate her specialized spherification pearls, some fresh herb essence, or a refined sauce orb. Meanwhile, I'm itching to fold in my signature marinade technique, the kind that melts on the tongue with smoky depth. If we unify them, we might blow the judges away. We start prepping. The main kitchen is a swirl of movement, clangs of metal bowls, the low whir of mixers, crew members shouting instructions. My new normal is ignoring the cameras that keep darting near us, hoping for drama. Harper and I maintain a comfortable distance, but every time her elbow brushes mine, a jolt of awareness stabs my gut. Focus, Luca. Don't burn anything. She's measuring out an exact amount of sodium alginate for her spherification process, her brow pinched in concentration. I watch from the corner of my eye. She's always been meticulous, but seeing her in her element again, in synergy with me, floods me with a heady mixture of relief and longing. At one point she halts, scanning a piece of scratch paper. I might need help with the garnish plating, she admits, biting her lip. It's tricky balancing the pearls so they don't roll off or burst. I set down my marinade bowl, stepping closer. I can handle the plating swirl if you want. You do the final ratio checks. Her gaze flicks up, gratitude and caution mingling in those hazel depths. That'd be great. Thanks. Her voice is soft, and for an instant, I remember the nights we spent together. How our communication was easy. How we found comfort in each other's presence. My chest tightens. This competition nearly tore us apart, but maybe we can still salvage something genuine. She returns to her precise measurements, and I turn back to chop fresh chilies for the marinade. The spiciness hits my nose, making my eyes water. perfect. I had a dash of smoked paprika for depth. In the corner of my vision, a camera operator hovers, lens pointed at us. My jaw clenches. I force my attention back to the sizzling skillet, letting the aroma ground me. After an hour of frenetic work, we test the dish. Harper spoons out a bite of the marinade-laced protein, along with her delicate sauce pearls. I hover, holding my breath. She tastes, eyebrows lifting in surprise. It's shockingly good, she admits, voice tinged with amazement. Shockingly? I tease, though relief rushes through me. It's not a guaranteed final recipe, but it's a strong contender. She rolls her eyes. You know what I mean? The marinade's bolder than I expected, but it pairs nicely with the tang of these pearls. She licks a stray drop off her lip, and my stomach flips. Focus on the food, Luca. I ask for a bite, and she feeds me a small spoonful. The collision of flavor makes me close my eyes. Smoky heat from my marinade, bright acidity from her sauce pearls, a subtle sweetness rounding it out. Damn, I breathe. We might be onto something. A grin tugs at her mouth. Told you we're unstoppable. The spark in her eyes ignites a flutter in my chest, memories swirling of the night we reaffirmed our connection. But we're surrounded by cameras. I shake off the thought, giving her a playful wink. Just wait till we refine the plating, I say, voice low. She gives a nod, and we fall back into easy banter, discussing how to highlight the color palette. The synergy is tangible, her methodical approach combined with my flair, forging something new. My heart hums with that familiar excitement. We're back, baby. After we finalize the test dish, we find ourselves with a few spare minutes, an unheard-of luxury. The rest of the contestants scramble with their own trials, but we used our time efficiently. A small victory. Harper moves to clean utensils, and I follow her, collecting dirty bowls. That marinade reminds me of something your grandmother might have made, she muses, a nostalgic note in her voice. She was from an Italian background, right? But you told me she experimented with flavors. Warmth floods me. Yeah, Nana was all about pushing boundaries. She once whipped up a dish combining chili peppers from a neighbor's garden and traditional Italian herbs. Everyone thought she was bonkers, but it tasted amazing. Harper smiles softly, setting aside the whisk. Guess you inherited that adventurous streak. She hesitates, glancing at me. I like hearing about your family. We never really finished that conversation about why you left school back then. My chest clenches. The old guilt. Yeah, we didn't, I say quietly. But maybe once the show is over, I can explain everything more thoroughly. If you'll let me. She nods, a flicker of sadness passing over her face. I'd like that. The overhead lights reflect in her glasses, making her eyes appear luminous. A wave of affection hits me, so strong it steals my breath. We're inching back to real intimacy, trust built step by step. She notices my intense gaze and flushes. I clear my throat, stepping back, mindful of the cameras. We can't let them turn this into another rumor fiasco. But the unspoken promise lingers. After the show, we have a chance to rebuild beyond the forced drama. A floor manager calls for everyone to present test dishes for a quick feedback session from the producers. We gather at the main row of stations, placing our plates out. I feel Harper's presence at my side. Tense, yes, but a tension that's now laced with hope rather than despair. The producers swirl through, tasting and offering private notes. Ours draws appreciative murmurs, a few compliments about the synergy. A flash of pride warms me. We're on the right track. Meanwhile, the cameras still fish for drama. They corner me, asking how it feels to be back with Harper after the showmance scandal. My jaw tightens, but I respond neutrally. Harper does the same. We're not giving them new fodder. If they want a meltdown, they'll have to look elsewhere. Eventually, the session ends. The crew disperses, and the contestants either revise their recipes or pack up. The day's filming is almost done, but tomorrow's finale looms like a thundercloud. Harper and I linger at our station, reluctant to part ways. She leans against the counter, arms folded. So, we have some decent critiques. We should refine the plating, maybe adjust the marinade ratio so it doesn't overpower the pearls. I nod, adrenaline still pumping. Agreed. We can scale back the chili a notch. Let the sauce pearls stand out more. A producer passes by, glancing at us. We pretend to discuss plating details, hush falling the moment she's out of earshot. I'm tired of being policed. Harper clears her throat. I guess we have the evening to finalize. Maybe we can sneak to the test kitchen on the second floor. Do a quick second run. Her voice is quiet, as if she's wary of me rejecting her idea. My heart leaps. She wants more time with me. Yeah, definitely. Let's do it. Then we can plan out a final approach for tomorrow. She nods, relief touching her features. Cool. Her eyes flick to the cameras. Then, in a moment of boldness, she lowers her voice. I'm glad we're cooking together again, Luca. Feels right. My chest warms. I swallow a wave of emotion, mustering a smile. It does. It feels like we're rewriting the heartbreak, forging a deeper understanding. A short while later, we slip upstairs to that small test kitchen, an area less frequented by the camera crews. The overhead lights flicker, giving the place an underused vibe. We find fresh produce, basic supplies, perfect for a final run-through. Standing at the counter with her, measuring out marinade ingredients, I'm hit by déjà vu of our college days. Late nights in a half-functional dorm kitchen, half banter, half flirting. Only now, we're older, more scarred, yet strangely closer. She notices me smiling, eyebrows arching in question. Just remembering how we used to do this in college, I explain, without the fancy cameras and threatened eliminations. Her lips twitch in an almost smile. Right. And no rumor mill slapping #team chemistry on us. She grimaces, recalling the fiasco. I sigh, bridging the distance to gently rest a palm on her shoulder. She tenses briefly, then relaxes. We can't erase the rumors, I say softly, but we can keep cooking the way we always do. Let that speak for itself. She exhales, nodding. Tomorrow it'll speak volumes if we blow the judges away. I guess that's the best revenge. My chest swells with pride. That's my brilliant scientist, determined as ever. We should get started then. We spend the next hour refining details, adjusting marinade ratios, testing another small batch. The heat from the burner and the closeness of her body sends a swirl of longing through me. She occasionally offers me a spoonful of sauce or pearls, her gaze lingering on my lips when I taste. My stomach flutters. Our synergy extends beyond cooking, a quiet undercurrent of desire we can't fully indulge right now. Not with everything at stake, but it's enough to stand side by side, hearts beating in sync, bridging science and spontaneity. She doesn't push me away this time. Her voice remains calm yet lively as we discuss each layer of flavor. We toss in a pinch of saffron for color, watch a swirl of foam bubble in a small test tube. Her new approach to plating, apparently. The comedic moment of me nearly sneezing at the potent saffron dust draws a laugh from her that lights up the dingy room. It's like old times, only deeper. We share a conspiratorial grin, no cameras rolling for once. My chest tightens with affection. We might have faced heartbreak, but maybe we can come out stronger. By the time we finish, the loft's lights are dimming, and the skeleton crew is presumably off haunting other corners. We pack up the leftover ingredients, carefully labeling them for tomorrow. The final round is less than 12 hours away, and my heart pounds at the thought of stepping into that stage as partners again. Harper yawns, rubbing her neck. We should crash. Big day tomorrow. I nod, stepping closer. Yeah. My voice is hushed with the weight of everything left unspoken. But I'm glad we did this. I feel more confident about tomorrow. She meets my gaze, a soft light in her eyes. Me too. Then, after a heartbeat, she adds, Thank you for not giving up, even when I pushed you away. My throat tightens. I promise I won't run. Not again. I raise a hand to tuck a stray auburn curl behind her ear. My fingertips graze her cheek, sending a tremor through both of us. She leans into my touch for half a second before drawing back, color flooding her cheeks. Right, she says, clearing her throat, stepping away from the intimacy. Tomorrow's the real test. Her voice is a bit unsteady. We should rest. I swallow the urge to pull her into my arms. Of course. Good night, Harper. My voice is tender, a promise hidden in the syllables. She offers a small smile, turning to go. Night, Luca. I watch her leave, heart throbbing with both relief and longing. We're not fully healed, but we're choosing to trust each other for the finale. That's enough to carry me upstairs, mind spinning with marinade formulas and images of her parted lips. Back at the loft, I slip into my room, the overhead lamp illuminating the scattered notes. My muscles ache from hours on my feet, but my mind buzzes with anticipation. We have a shot at redemption. Tomorrow we show the world we're more than rumors and heartbreak. Exhaling, I slump onto the bed, shutting my eyes. In the hush, I picture Harper's determined expression as we tasted the marinade, the subtle tilt of her head when she teased me about flambe. Beneath all the show, we found each other again. My chest fills with gratitude and a sliver of hope. Tomorrow, we face the final test. Win or lose, we'll do it side by side, the original pair that soared before sabotage and rumor. And if we do lose, at least we'll lose together, forging a step toward something real beyond the show. The thought calms me, allowing sleep to creep in. As I drift off, the day's images swirl, saffron-laced marinade, a synergy bridging science and spontaneity, the quiet closeness we shared in that test kitchen. I let the memory of her smile lull me, a promise that maybe tomorrow the finale will let us prove we're unstoppable in the kitchen, and maybe unstoppable outside it too if we can hold on to this fragile trust.
Chapter 23. Harper. The lights in the studio seem brighter than ever, pulsing with an electric intensity that sets my pulse racing. 100 cameras pivot on mechanical arms, ready to capture every twitch of my expression. Judges, producers, past contestants, a small army of watchers fills the space, and in the center of it all stands Luca and me, our station crammed with gleaming utensils, fresh ingredients, and the weight of a season's worth of dreams. This is it, the finale of Chef's Flame. Everything comes down to the next few hours. I hover near our station, heart hammering. The producers have decked out the stage in dramatic flair, swirling spotlights, a massive LED backdrop announcing the final showdown, and confetti cannons stationed ominously in the corners. My fingers tremble on the edge of the stainless steel counter. Despite the tension, I'm comforted by the steady presence at my side. Luca, his black chef's coat rolled at the sleeves to show that familiar basil tattoo on his forearm. We're reunited as partners one last time, about to face the biggest challenge of our lives. Harper, Luca says softly, stepping closer so the overhead mic can't catch his words. We good? I inhale, forcing a shaky smile. Yeah, I whisper, though nerves clang in my skull. We're here, right? Ready to go. He nods, brown eyes warm with unspoken reassurance. We've got this. Remember our test run last night? We nailed the synergy. Today's just the real version. A shot of adrenaline floods me. Yes, synergy. It's what propelled us to the top at the start, what we nearly lost amid heartbreak and rumors, and what we found again through quiet late-night cooking. Our final dish is an ambitious fusion. Saffron-laced risotto, meeting a Thai-inspired marinade, molecular pearls bursting with tangy sauce. Each step is precise, every flavor meticulously balanced. If it works, we could wow everyone. If we fail, I can't bear to think about that. Donna, our ever-cheerful host, appears center stage with a microphone, her voice echoing across the studio. Welcome to Chef's Flame, the finale. Today, our top 2 teams will battle head-to-head, creating a 3-course masterpiece that embodies their unique culinary journey. They'll have 2 hours. Judges, are you ready? A roar of affirmation from the judges. My stomach flips. 2 hours to craft the best meal of my life, with the man I once thought I'd never speak to again. My chest tightens with a swirl of anxiety and something else. Hope, maybe. Donna raises her microphone. Chefs, your final countdown starts now. The klaxon horn blares. My heart leaps, and I spin toward Luca. Without hesitation, we move in sync, launching into the plan we hashed out after our late-night test. We begin with a delicate appetizer, crisp crostini topped with a molecular foam of roasted red pepper and a swirl of Luca's signature marinade reduced to a syrup. I measure the foam ingredients exactly, controlling the pH level so it doesn't collapse. Beside me, Luca works at a pan, brow furrowed as he simmers the marinade into a glossy glaze. We barely talk, each step so rehearsed that we fall into silent collaboration. He slides me a spoon for tasting. I nod in approval, adjusting salt. The synergy thrums. The cameras swirl in, capturing the tension. Sweat beads at my temple, but I ignore them. We plate the first course in small white bowls, garnishing with fresh herbs. A quick glance at the digital clock overhead shows 90 minutes remain. We're on track. We carry the appetizer plates to a side table where a crew member whisks them to the judges. My pulse hitches. This is the first critical impression. We rush back to our station to tackle the main dish. Now for the heart of our finale meal, saffron risotto merged with Thai marinade plus molecular sauce pearls. This course is the true fusion piece that defines our partnership. I begin sautéing aromatics in a wide pot, carefully layering chopped shallots and a hint of lemongrass. Luca stands at my shoulder, sprinkling saffron threads, letting them bloom in warm stock. The aroma drifts upward, sweet and floral. My pulse calms slightly as we slip into the dance of passing utensils, exchanging quick tastes, adjusting seasoning. He sets the marinade to reduce in a saucepan, tossing in chili, garlic, and a splash of lime. The sizzle stirs memories of nights in the test kitchen, the swirl of steam mingling with our hushed laughter. Despite the intensity of the finale, I can't help a tiny smile. We might be in a reality show circus, but in this moment, it's just us, cooking as one. Rice is almost ready for the first ladle of stock, I announce, stirring vigorously. Temperature stable. He checks the marinade with a flick of his wrist, inhaling the steam. Needs a dash of smoked paprika, he murmurs. I'll add it. You keep stirring. He sprinkles in paprika, then heads to the small station where I arrange my spherification setup. He's gentle with the beakers and solutions, as if carefully respecting my domain. My heart twists with gratitude. He truly does respect my science. 40 minutes left. We push forward. Everything a blur of sizzling pans and sharp aromas. The risotto transforms golden from saffron, each grain plump with flavor. Luca sears shrimp in a separate pan, tossing them in a final marinade glaze. Meanwhile, I carefully form sauce pearls, dropping droplets of tangy lime chili solution into a cool calcium bath, each droplet encasing into tiny spheres. The synergy feels like a heartbeat, each step synchronous. We're about to plate the main dish when I notice Luca's brow damp with sweat, tension etching his features. I reach for a towel, gently pressing it into his hand. You okay? I murmur, mindful of the camera orbiting near us. He flashes a tight grin. Nerves, but I'm good. Then softer. We're in this together, right? My chest contracts with warmth. Yes. We are, I affirm. I let my fingertips briefly brush his wrist, a silent reassurance. The gesture is quick, barely noticeable to a casual observer, but the surge of emotion it triggers nearly takes my breath away. This is more than synergy now. It's trust. It's care. He dips his head, returning to the shrimp. My heart glows with a mixture of gratitude and longing. Focus. We present the main dish to a second side table for tasting. The plating is striking. Golden risotto topped with glistening shrimp, dotted with those delicate sauce pearls that shimmer in the overhead lights. We step back, panting slightly, the adrenaline fierce in our veins. One course left. Our last dish is a playful nod to our journey. Chocolate meets chili. Science meets bold flavor. It's a chocolate custard with a subtle heat, garnished by a whipped cream infused with star anise. A final molecular flourish. A crisp sugar tuile that crackles under your teeth. It's risky to do something so complex under time pressure, but we're determined to show the full range of our partnership. I whisk the custard base, controlling temperature meticulously so it doesn't curdle. Luca handles the chili infusion, adjusting the spice level. We share hurried glances over the pot, recalling how we tested this in smaller scale. The sweet, rich aroma is almost dizzying. 15 minutes left. We chill the custards in a blast chiller, risky, but necessary for them to set in time. My hands shake. If they don't set, we sabotage ourselves. Luca stands near the chiller, bouncing on his heels with tension. Finally, we pull them out. A quick check reveals they're stable, a slight jiggle but firm enough to plate. Relief floods me. We top them with star anise whipped cream, dust with a pinch of cocoa, and place the sugar tuile. Yes. As the clock hits 0, we carry the desserts to the judging table. My breath is ragged. We did it. All 3 courses completed on time, each dish a testament to our unique synergy. Donna's voice booms. Time's up, chefs. Please present your final courses for our judges. The live audience, friends, family of other contestants, random spectators, erupts in applause. The sound rattles my skull. I share a tense smile with Luca. Now it's out of our hands. We stand at the front of the stage, near the grand final judges panel. Our plates line a table, each course meticulously labeled. Across from us, the only other remaining team does the same. The tension is thick enough to choke on. Cameras whir, capturing close-ups of our trembling hands. The judges, Chef Winslow, Chef Anna, and Chef Miguel, taste each course in silence, occasionally trading glances. My stomach feels like it's made of lead. Luca's posture is rigid, jaw clenched. Each second stretches into an eternity. What if it's not enough? Finally, Chef Winslow sets down his fork. The entire studio hushed. Donna steps forward, microphone raised. Judges, have you made your final decision? Chef Winslow nods gravely. We have. He straightens, giving us a measured look. Both teams delivered impressive meals, but one stood out with a consistent, innovative approach that showcased both technique and flavor synergy. My pulse hammers as he pauses. Say it, say it. Chef Anna's eyes sparkle. We're delighted to announce that the winners of this season's Chef's Flame, she glances at Chef Miguel, who nods, are Harper Sanders and Luca Moretti. A wall of sound slams into me. Applause, cheers. The whoosh of confetti cannons exploding overhead in glittering chaos. My knees nearly buckle. Luca grabs my hand in reflex, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and elation. The studio lights blaze, cameras zoom in. It's the moment every contestant dreams of. We did it. My heart bursts, tears flooding my eyes as I cling to Luca's hand. Donna steps up with the microphone, urging us to say a few words. My mind swirls with disbelief, memories of heartbreak, rumor fiascos, near eliminations, and now we're the winners. She thrusts the mic toward me. Harper, any words for the audience? I blink, voice trembling. I'm overwhelmed. We never could have done this without each other. Thank you to the judges, to everyone who believed in us. My cheeks are streaked with tears, confetti clinging to my hair. Luca's hand remains warm in mine. Donna turns to him, bright-eyed. And you, Luca? What does this victory mean to you? He lets out a shaky breath, gaze flicking from Donna to me, the entire studio waiting. My pulse jolts. He looks vulnerable. On live TV, with the world watching, he shifts to face me, not the camera. It means everything, he says softly, voice raw. But not just the trophy. It's Harper. My eyes widen, heart hammering. The hush in the studio deepens, the cameras capturing every nuance. I need to say something, Harp. He exhales shakily, ignoring Donna's silent prompting to address the audience. My chest locks. Oh God, Luca, what are you doing? He squeezes my hand, eyes shining. Before this show, before the rumors and the heartbreak, I was an arrogant idiot who left college without telling you the truth. I broke our bond, but cooking with you again, winning this with you, proves how much you mean to me. Not just as a partner in the kitchen, but in everything. My throat closes. The audience leans forward, rapt. Donna discreetly attempts to angle the mic between us, but Luca ignores her, voice trembling with sincerity. I love you, Harper. I don't care if the cameras see or if the tabloids spin it. I love your mind, your passion, your determination. You're the only person who's ever matched me stride for stride. You make me better. The studio breaks into gasps and murmurs. My eyes sting with tears, heart pounding so loud I barely register the confetti still drifting. He just confessed his love on live TV, in front of the entire nation. This is real, not a showman's. He's breathing hard, face pale but resolute, waiting for my response. The camera lights glare, the crowd roars. My mind reels. This is what I wanted? Or is it a grand gesture for the audience? The fear of being used or overshadowed crashes in, a tidal wave of confusion. I tremble with conflicting emotions. Tears pool in my eyes as I stare at him. Is it real or just hype? The rumor fiasco rewinds in my mind. Accusations that were faking. The heartbreak of trusting him once only to face scandal. My chest tightens painfully. I can't breathe. Donna tries to reclaim the moment, thrusting the microphone at me. Harper, any response? She asks, voice brimming with dramatic anticipation. The audience hushes. The cameras zoom closer. Everyone wants me to say I love him too. Wants the perfect Hollywood ending. But my heart is pounding in panic. My mind screams. This is the finale. What if it's just for ratings? My throat closes. I glance at Luca's earnest face, tears slipping down my cheeks. I want to believe him. I want to, but the burn of past betrayals, the humiliations, the tabloids mocking our sincerity rushes in. I can't do this here. A sob escapes me. I shove the mic aside, ignoring Donna's wide-eyed look. The crowd blurs, cameras click. I back away, tears streaming. I'm sorry, I whisper, voice breaking. Then I turn and rush off set, cutting through the confetti-littered floor. Ignoring the startled shouts, behind me, Luca calls my name, anguish lacing his tone, but I can't face him or the cameras. My vision swims, tears clouding everything. I just need air. I need space to decide if his confession is genuine or another swirl of spectacle. The stage exit beckons, and I flee, heart pounding in my ears. The cheers and confusion receding behind me. I stumble into a dim backstage corridor, shoulders shaking. The overhead fluorescent buzz is a stark contrast to the bright celebratory madness out front. Leaning against a cinder block wall, I fight to catch my breath, tears dripping onto the dull concrete floor. We won the entire show, and I bolted. My chest aches with 1,000 conflicting emotions. Elation that we triumphed, heartbreak that I can't muster the trust to accept Luca's televised declaration, anger at the tabloids that made me so paranoid, relief that it's over, fear that I've just shattered the most genuine moment of our lives. I can't be sure if it's real. On national TV, he might be pressured to say anything. Footsteps echo behind me. My pulse leaps. I can't handle the cameras or producers right now. Go away, I plead, hugging my arms around myself. But a soft voice replies, Harper, it's me. Donna left me alone. No cameras. I glance up, tears blurring my vision. Luca. He stands a few steps away, chest heaving, face etched with worry and heartbreak. No microphone in sight. He followed me. Why did you say that? I whisper, voice raw. On live TV with everyone watching? He swallows, stepping closer until he's within arm's reach, but not touching me. Because it's true, he says, his voice hoarse. I was done hiding my feelings. I know we're under scrutiny, but I had to let you know. Even if the world calls it fake, I can't pretend I don't love you. Tears burn my eyes again. It's just so big, I murmur. We spent weeks dealing with rumors that we staged everything. Now you drop and I love you in front of millions of viewers. It feels like a grand finale stunt. My voice shakes on the last word. I hate how suspicious I sound, but I'm wounded. Pain twists in his eyes. I know. I get why you think that. But I swear, Harper, it's not a stunt. I'd say it on an empty street corner, or your lab, anywhere, because it's the truth. My breath stutters. He looks so sincere, face open, tears glistening at the edges of his lashes. If I can't trust this, what can I trust? But the sting of heartbreak lingers. I let out a shaky exhale. I need time, I whisper, to believe it's not just the show or the adrenaline. He nods, chest tight, pain radiating. I'll give you all the time you need, he murmurs, but I won't stop feeling it. Silence, thick with longing and uncertainty. Eventually, I wipe my tears, voice trembling. We should go back out there. We won. The crew is probably freaking out. He dips his head in a hollow nod. Yes, we should. But one last thing. He meets my eyes. I meant every word. Even if you never say it back, or if you need to step away from the cameras, I'm here. My heart seizes. He's offering me unconditional love in the midst of this chaos. Slowly, I let my hand brush his, a fleeting contact. Thank you, I say. It's not I love you. My terror holds me back from returning those words right now. But my gratitude is real. We'll figure this out. He sucks in a breath, then gently threads our fingers together, waiting for my reaction. I don't pull away. The backstage corridor fades into the background, replaced by the silent connection between us. For a fragile moment, we stand there, heads bowed close. My tears subside to quiet sniffles, the rapid beat of my pulse slowing as I anchor myself in his warmth. We don't have a perfect resolution, but we have a promise that he's not using me, and I'm not alone. For now, that has to be enough. We walk back toward the main stage, hands loosely linked. The cameras catch us emerging from backstage, the confetti-littered set still glimmering. The audience hushes, uncertain. My gaze skims the judges, who watch with mild confusion, and Donna, who stands ready to salvage the moment. We owe them some kind of finish, yet I'm still trembling with emotional overload. I let go of Luca's hand, stepping forward to face the judges. My voice wobbles, but I project enough for the mic to pick up. Sorry about that. I was overwhelmed. Thank you for believing in our food. This entire season has been intense. I swallow, eyes darting to Luca. We appreciate the title. We really do. The applause reignites, though subdued, uncertain if they're witnessing a meltdown or a victory. Luca stands close, not overshadowing me. We exchange a brief, charged look. The question remains, are we truly free from the scandal? Will the tabloids call his confession a gimmick? Donna steps up, pouncing on the chance to wrap the show. Folks, there you have it. Our winners, Harper Sanders and Luca Moretti. She waves an arm at the cameras. This season has been full of surprises, but in the end, the best dish prevails. The final confetti cannons explode, raining glitter over us. The crowd cheers. My chest is heavy with conflicting emotions. We hold the trophy, cameras flash, the background roars. Everyone sees the victorious image, 2 chefs clutching their prize, but only Luca and I know the turmoil beneath. As the lights fade, I glance at him. He's holding the trophy with one hand, scanning my face for clues. I manage a tremulous smile. We're winners, but the question remains. What happens next? I recall his raw confession, how I ran. I might not have an immediate answer, but at least I'm not shutting him out completely. Producers swarm for post-win interviews, trying to corral us. The crowd disperses in a flurry of excitement. The air crackles with euphoria from our victory, but I remain tense, unsure how to respond to Luca's heartfelt love declaration in such a public forum. This might just be the beginning of a new chapter, or another spiral of rumor. Donna tries to snag me for a soundbite, but I wave her off, shaking my head. No comment. I'm done performing for them tonight. Instead, I slip to the edge of the stage, trophy clutched awkwardly in my arms, scanning the swirling chaos. Luca follows, clearing a path. Cameras try to chase, but we weave around them, forging a temporary bubble of privacy near a stack of crates. He sets a gentle hand on my shoulder, leaning in so only I can hear. We did it. His voice trembles with awe. I lift my eyes to his, tears brimming again. Yeah, I whisper. We did. And for all my uncertainty about his on-air confession, I can't deny the warmth flooding my chest whenever I see him. His expression is soft, full of longing and relief. Thank you for trusting me enough to see this through. My throat thickens. I do trust him enough to cook by his side, but do I trust him with my heart off camera? The question gnaws at me, but I place a shaky hand over his, acknowledging the moment. One step at a time, okay? I murmur. He nods, eyes shining with acceptance. Okay. Producers call for us to gather with the judges for a final wide shot, but I can't face more forced smiles or intrusive cameras. My heart is raw, tangled in conflicting emotions about Luca's love. With a final glance at him, I whisper, I need some air. He doesn't stop me this time, just gives a subdued nod, letting me slip away. I walk across the stage, past the confetti-strewn floor and the half-dismantled set, ignoring the curious stares from onlookers. My heart feels too full, too bruised, too uncertain. We won. He loves me. I'm reeling. I exit the main studio door, stepping into the wide backstage corridor that leads to an outdoor loading dock. My breath shudders in my chest as I pace, tears dribbling down my cheeks. It's real, or it might be real, or it might not be. I can't decide here, under these blazing lights. But as I push open the heavy loading dock door, inhaling the cool night air, one fact remains undeniable. We conquered Chef's flame. We overcame sabotage, rumor storms, heartbreak, and though I'm still frightened by how public Luca's confession was, part of me yearns to believe it wholeheartedly, that maybe this love is the final synergy we've been craving all along. Standing beneath the starlit sky, I let the trophy weigh heavy in my arms, a symbol of everything we've accomplished. My tears finally subside, replaced by a quiet, trembling sense of possibility. He said he loves me, and even if I walked off the stage, maybe I'm walking towards something better, something real. I lean against the brick wall, the night breeze ruffling my hair. The hush is a reprieve from the roar of applause and confetti. My mind drifts to Luca's anguished gaze, the sincerity in his voice. I might not have an immediate answer for him, but I'm no longer certain the tabloid's cynicism matters more than my own heart. Yes, I walked off set, uncertain if it's all just spectacle, but I also sense a stirring hope that maybe we can prove it's real when the cameras stop rolling. After all, if we can conquer the finale under the harshest spotlight, perhaps we can conquer the messy reality beyond it, forging a love that transcends the stage. For now, though, I cradle the trophy against my chest, letting the night air calm my racing heart, tears drying on my cheeks. We won. And whatever the world thinks, that victory, both in the kitchen and maybe, just maybe, in love, belongs to us.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 24. Luca. I stand outside our old loft's kitchen, heart pounding in my chest. The show ended 3 weeks ago, but it feels like a lifetime. The tension, the rumors, the final triumphant moment. Chef's flame is behind us now. Harper and I parted ways on uncertain terms right after the finale, the trophy still clutched in her arms, tears in her eyes. Since then, I've been afraid we'd drift back into radio silence, all our progress buried under doubts and camera glare. But tonight, I decide I'm done letting fear dictate my choices. I text Harper a simple invitation. Meet me at the loft, 8 p.m. She doesn't reply. My stomach churns all day, imagining she'll ghost me. Yet here I am, stepping into the space that once belonged to our forced proximity reality show housing. Now closed to filming, the camera's gone. I open the door, flick on the light, and breathe in the hush of an empty loft. Maybe she won't come. Anxiety twists my gut. She might still doubt me, doubt everything. Still, I move to the kitchen, my mind set on replicating a meal I once ruined so badly in college that it became a running joke between us. Back then, I was too cocky, skipping steps. Harper teased me relentlessly, and I'd laughed it off, when in reality I was mortified. For years, I wanted to prove I could get it right, to show her I wasn't just flair and no substance. Now, this dish, perfected at last, is my olive branch. Will she even taste it? With a steadying breath, I slide raw ingredients onto the counter. Fresh tomatoes, onions, a swirl of spices, a packet of homemade pasta dough I prepared earlier. My plan is to recreate that disastrous tomato cream pasta we attempted in college. This time, it'll be flawless. A symbolic gesture that I'm committed to learning from the past, not repeating it. I set a saucepan to simmer, stirring in diced onions and garlic. The scent wafts up, tugging memories of dorm kitchens, bright hazel eyes glaring at me when I oversalted the sauce. A shaky smile creeps onto my face. We've come so far, winning chef's flame, forging a bond deeper than cooking. Then the scandal hammered us and she ran from my public confession. I can't blame her. I swirl in pureed tomatoes, add a dash of chili flake for warmth. My thoughts drift to the moment I told her, on live TV, that I loved her. I remember the raw fear in her eyes, how she fled, overwhelmed. Even afterward, we barely spoke. Just a few texts to handle final show obligations. She needed space. I gave it to her. But I refused to let it end with a question mark. This is my last shot to show her I'm in this for real. No cameras, no hype. My phone buzzes on the counter. I almost dropped the wooden spoon. Please let it be her. Wiping my hands, I check the screen. On my way, from Harper. Relief crashes through me, weakens my knees. She's coming. Heart pounding, I set the phone aside, swallow hard, and refocus on the sauce. Don't screw this up, Luca. The sauce thickens, steam fogging my vision. Outside, the city glows with twilight. The loft is eerily quiet. No camera crew, no producers. Just me. My mind flashes with memories of us in this very kitchen, forced to share a living space for the show, bickering over technique, stumbling into a heated affair. Then heartbreak, then a second chance at synergy. We left here in turmoil, but maybe we can rewrite that final chapter now. I add a splash of cream, stirring carefully so it doesn't curdle. The aroma deepens, tangy and rich. In a separate pot, I boil water for the fresh pasta I needed an hour ago. My entire body hums with nervous energy. She could walk in any second. I rummage under the sink, find a clean tablecloth, and drape it over the small dining table. My hands tremble as I place 2 plates, 2 wine glasses. I even snag a candle from a dusty box. Sure, it's cliché, but I want to create a moment that's purely ours. No bright stage lights or confetti cannons. A private dinner that says, I see you, I appreciate you, I love you. Finally, footsteps echo in the hallway. My chest constricts. I hurry to the stove as if focusing on the sauce might steady me. The door opens softly. She steps in, gaze flicking around the loft's dim interior. My heart stutters at the sight of her in casual clothes. A fitted sweater, jeans, hair loosely tied back. So different from her polished TV persona, and yet more beautiful. She sees me standing by the stove, sauce spoon in hand. Our eyes lock. Hey, she says, voice quiet. An air of tension lingers. We haven't truly talked since that day on set. I clear my throat. Hey, I echo, forcing a small smile. Thanks for coming. She crosses her arms, looking around at the half-set table, the pot on the stove. What's all this? Her tone is cautious, but not angry. My chest tightens with nerves. I wanted to redo that dish from college, the one I ruined so spectacularly you never let me forget it. I force a chuckle. This time I got it right. At least, I hope so. A flicker of nostalgia glimmers in her eyes. That day, you tried to impress me with a fancy tomato cream pasta, but ended up scorching the cream and undercooking the noodles. She shakes her head, a faint, rueful smile forming. I teased you relentlessly. I let out a shaky laugh, stirring the sauce to hide my trembling hands. You did. I thought maybe we could share it properly tonight. No cameras, no competition. I glance up. I'd like to show you that I can fix my mistakes. Her expression softens. Okay, she says quietly, stepping closer. A wave of relief loosens the tight knot in my chest. She's here. She's not fleeing. I drop the fresh pasta into boiling water, setting a timer. She watches me, arms hugging herself. So, she begins, voice hesitant. That day on stage. You said you love me. My pulse hammers. So we're diving right in. I set the wooden spoon aside, turning to face her fully. My words stick in my throat. I did. I swallow. I meant it. She exhales shakily, heartbreak flickering in her eyes. It felt huge, public. And you know how it ended. I ran. I remember, I say, voice trembling. I'm sorry if it overwhelmed you. I wanted to be honest, not trap you in a grand gesture. But maybe it was too big, too soon. Her gaze drifts to the floor. I just kept thinking. Maybe you felt pressured by the show or the hype. Like you had to prove something. And all those tabloids claiming we faked everything. I wasn't sure what to believe anymore. My chest tightens with regret. Harp, I don't care about the tabloids or the show. I only wanted to show you that I wasn't ashamed or playing a role. I step forward, voice raw. You're everything. We're unstoppable cooking partners, but it's more than that for me. She closes her eyes, tears slipping free. I'm sorry I ran. I was terrified we'd become another spectacle. Gently, I cup her cheek, thumb brushing away the tear. I understand, but I want you to know. My feelings are real, even if the cameras tried to exploit them. She leans into my touch for a moment, tears shining. Okay, she whispers. My stomach flips with cautious hope. We stand like that, the quiet hum of the stove behind us. The timer beeps. We break apart. I turn off the burner, fishing out the pasta. My hands tremble with anticipation as I drain it quickly, then toss it in the glossy tomato cream sauce. She shifts beside me, watching intently. The aroma envelops us, rich, savory, a gentle tang. Let's, eat at the table, I suggest, voice unsteady. I ladle portions onto 2 plates, dust each with fresh basil chiffonade. My mouth waters as I inhale the steam. Please let it taste as good as it smells. She helps me carry the plates to the candlelit table. I uncork a bottle of wine I stashed behind the toaster, pouring 2 glasses. We sit, facing each other across the small table. My heart drums so loud, I'm sure she hears it. She lifts her fork, swirling pasta around the prongs. Here goes nothing, she murmurs, eyes flicking to me. I nod, breath held. She takes a bite, lips closing over the fork. My stomach twists with nerves until her eyes flutter shut, a slow smile curving her mouth. Oh my God, she murmurs, swallowing. This is so good. A mix of laughter and relief bubbles out of me. She opens her eyes, face lighting. You nailed it, Luca. No scorching, no undercooked mess. It's perfect. My chest floods with warmth. I promised you I'd get it right eventually, I say softly. She sets her fork down, studying me with an unreadable expression. I realize my palms are sweaty. Now or never. I clear my throat, rummaging in my pocket. I have something else for you. My heart thumps as I pull out a small folded note, edges worn from me fiddling with it all day. I slide it across the table. It's something I wrote. She picks it up, brow furrowing. Carefully, she unfolds the paper. My pulse roars in my ears, cheeks burning. I wrote it last night, after rewriting the lines a dozen times. I hope it says what I can't seem to say out loud without my voice shaking. She scans the words. I watch her face shift, tears welling. My note is short but heartfelt. For every time I got it wrong, this time I got it right. I'm not running no matter how crazy life gets. Will you give us a chance? For real, away from cameras? Stay? Her lower lip trembles. A strangled sob escapes, and she presses a hand to her mouth. Luca, she breathes. Tears roll down her cheeks. My chest squeezes. Please say yes. She sets the note down gently, wiping her tears. You really did fix that pasta, she whispers, voice shaky. And this is exactly what I needed to hear. That you won't run, that it's not about proving something to the world. She exhales, gazing at me with tear-filled eyes. Yes, Luca, I want to stay. I want us. Relief detonates in my chest, so powerful I nearly knock over my wine glass. She lets out a half laugh, half sob, and I circle the table in 2 strides, pulling her into my arms. The note flutters to the floor, forgotten. She buries her face in my shoulder, tears soaking my shirt. I cradle her head, pressing my lips to her hair. My own tears threaten, a swirl of gratitude and overwhelming joy. She's giving me a chance. Time seems to freeze as we hold each other. The candle on the table flickers, casting warm light. At last, she draws back, her eyes shining with an emotion that sends molten heat through my veins. "We should probably finish dinner," she starts, breath hitching. But I sense a deeper hunger in her gaze, one that has little to do with pasta. My heart thrums. "Later," I rasp, voice husky. "I just want to focus on you." Her cheeks redden, but a slow, shy smile curves her lips. "Yes," she murmurs. "I want that too." I take her hand, leading her away from the table, away from half-eaten plates and flickering candlelight. We pass the dark living area, heading to the hallway. Our old bedrooms loom, reminders of forced proximity and buried feelings. But tonight, it's our choice to share space. We step into the quiet of my old room, shutting the door behind us. My pulse thunders. She stands by the bed, arms at her sides, eyes brimming with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. "This time," she says, voice shaky with emotion, "it's just us. No cameras lurking, no show pushing us together. Only if you want..." "Hey!" My response is to slip my hands around her waist, pulling her gently against me. "I want," I whisper, voice thick with longing. We share a tentative kiss, our lips brushing as if relearning the taste. Sparks ignite across my skin. So many times we've kissed in stolen moments, but never truly free from an outside agenda. Tonight, it's purely ours. She sighs into my mouth, her arms winding around my neck. I lose myself in the softness of her lips, the warmth of her breath. Slowly, the tension unwinds from my muscles. Each passing second, the doubts recede, replaced by the certainty that we're exactly where we need to be. We break apart, foreheads touching, breath mingling. My hands slip under her sweater, palms meeting the soft plane of her back. She trembles, letting out a soft moan that stabs desire through my core. "Harper," I murmur, voice unsteady. She replies, leaning in for another heated kiss. This one is more urgent, tongues melding in a dance, the taste of salt from her tears mingling with the sweetness of relief. Her fingers roam my shoulders, my chest, fisting the fabric of my shirt. My mind spins, recalling every heartbreak, every near miss. We're forging a new path tonight.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyler always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylerWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyler's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylerWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Eventually, we disentangle, slipping on minimal clothing to wander back to the kitchen. The candle on the table has burned low, a flicker casting dancing shadows on the walls. Our pasta plates remain half-eaten, but we reheat them, laughing about how we neglected the food. She sits, hair mussed, eyes glowing. She looks more radiant than any time she won a challenge on TV. We feast on the now slightly congealed but still delicious tomato cream pasta, exchanging soft smiles between bites. Occasionally, she reaches for my hand across the table. My heart soars, a contented hum in my veins. For the first time in forever, I'm not worried about tabloids or forced storylines. The show is over. This moment belongs solely to us. Between mouthfuls, she picks up the note I wrote, reading it again, tears pricking her eyes. "This is everything," she whispers. "I'm going to keep it, you know." My chest warms. "Keep it forever if you want." She nods, gently folding it, tucking it into her pocket. "I do." Then, after a beat, she meets my gaze. "We have so much to figure out. My career, your supper club, how we handle the media if they keep prying. But I think maybe we can do it together." I reach across the table, squeezing her hand. "I'll stand by you, come what may." My voice trembles with honesty. "We've survived Chef's flame. We can handle the rest." She laughs softly, a watery laugh. "You're right. We faced sabotage, forced proximity, fake showmance rumors, heartbreak. Everything else is child's play." We share a smile that feels like a promise. Then she stands, pulling me up with her, our plates left forgotten. My heart gives a triumphant leap. Our synergy extends beyond cooking. Now we have time to truly explore it. No cameras. As we move back to the living area, she pauses, looking around the loft's empty expanse. "This place is so different without the show. Quiet, almost peaceful." I slip an arm around her waist, pressing a gentle kiss to her temple. "We can make new memories here, overshadow the old ones." Her eyes sparkle. "Starting now." I grin, leaning in to brush our lips together once more. "Absolutely." In that kiss, I taste not only the lingering flavor of tomato sauce, but also the sweet certainty that we've reached our real happy ending. Not the forced Chef's flame montage, but a genuine moment of connection that neither tabloids nor producers can distort. We might face a rocky road ahead dealing with post-show publicity, but in this quiet loft with her heart beating against mine, the only thing that matters is that we finally got it right. I hold her close, marveling at the unspoken vow. No cameras, no competition, just us. Two chefs who found love amid the chaos. And as we step beyond heartbreak into something new, I know our synergy, both in and out of the kitchen, will keep us cooking up miracles for a long, long time.
Chapter 25. Harper. 3 months after Chef's Flame ends, my life feels like a labyrinth of press interviews, new job proposals, and cautious daydreams. Each morning, I wake up half expecting a camera crew to pop out of my closet. But the cameras are gone now, along with the glaring stage lights and the confetti that once seemed to define our every move. What remains is a whirlwind of possibility. Projects, appearances, phone calls from producers who want me to host the next big cooking show. And of course, Luca Moretti, my co-winner, my partner in crime, the man who turned my world upside down not once, but twice. We walked away from Chef's Flame with a trophy and a battered, triumphant bond that's finally free of the rumor mill. Mostly. The tabloids are still sniffing around, but we're learning to tune out the noise. My new routine includes fielding phone calls from networks. They keep pitching show ideas. Chemistry in the kitchen, starring me as the brain and Luca as the charmer. Between Heat and Heart, a romantic cooking travelogue, which sounds unbelievably corny, but the suits in LA swear it's gold. I'm hesitant about all of it. My biggest passion remains bridging science and cooking, not necessarily playing a starring role on camera. Luca is the one urging me to weigh possibilities carefully, reminding me, "It's your brand, Doc. Don't let them box you in." He can say that with a grin because he's discovered his own path, testing pop-up dinner concepts in a new space downtown. But we do want to create something together, maybe workshops that fuse my molecular approach with his hands-on flair. We're unstoppable, remember? This morning, I'm stepping into a sleek TV studio, for yet another interview as the Chef's Flame Champion. I carry a thick binder of notes, my best attempt to maintain control. The producers told me it's just a standard talk show segment. Me discussing my upcoming projects, Luca possibly joining me later. I try not to second-guess the invite. They claim it's a normal interview. No dramatics. But I've learned that with Luca around, dramatics tend to happen anyway. The set is bright and modern, with a plush sofa for guests and a big screen behind it displaying a stylized swirl of flames. The host, a perky woman named Fiona, greets me off camera. "Harper, so glad you're here," she says, eyes gleaming with that TV host sparkle. "We can't wait to hear about your new endeavors." I manage a polite smile, adjusting my glasses. "Thank you for having me." My heart flutters. Even though the show ended, cameras still make me uneasy. But I'm doing this on my own terms now. I slide onto the sofa, posture straight, the overhead lights hot on my face. Fiona opens the segment with typical fanfare. We're joined by Dr. Harper Sanders, the brilliant food scientist who, alongside Luca Moretti, wowed the nation on Chef's Flame. Applause filters in from the modest studio audience. I sense the show's theme music, the swirl of camera angles. "Here we go again." She offers me a practiced grin. "Harper, everyone's dying to know. What have you been up to since winning? Word is you've turned down multiple hosting offers." I clear my throat. "Well, I've been developing a research-based cooking lab that merges science education with culinary experimentation. We're calling it the Flavor Lab. Luca and I plan to hold workshops, pop-up dinners, and maybe publish a book exploring the chemistry behind bold flavors." Fiona claps enthusiastically. "That sounds amazing. And how is Luca? We hear he's involved too. Are you still cooking together, or is there any personal involvement as well?" The sly note in her tone implies the audience is hungry for romantic tidbits. My cheeks warm, but I hold steady. "We're, definitely cooking together." I offer a small smile. "We discovered synergy that's not just about the kitchen, but we also have our own individual paths, so it's a balance." She beams, not missing a beat. "And about that synergy, fans adored your partnership. Has it evolved since the camera stopped rolling?" My heart thuds. We're definitely a couple now, though we haven't paraded it around for tabloids. But I also recall the entire fiasco. My fear of public confessions, how I ran after Luca declared his love on the finale stage. "We're in a good place," I say carefully, taking it one at a time. Fiona picks up on the romantic undertones, eyebrows arching. "That's wonderful. Speaking of Luca, we actually have a surprise for you." She glances off stage, eyes gleaming. My stomach flips. A surprise? Before I can question it, Luca steps on stage. My heart leaps to my throat at the sight of him. He's wearing dark jeans and a tailored chef's coat, hair tousled like he's been running his hands through it. The audience bursts into applause. Fiona winks at me, clearly orchestrating this cameo. I shoot Luca a baffled look. He just shrugs with a crooked grin that says, "Sorry, but not really." "Hey, Doc," he murmurs, sliding onto the sofa next to me. His leg presses against mine. Immediately, warmth blooms in my chest, memories of cooking side by side in that final challenge. I can't help smiling. Fiona, delighted, addresses him. "Luca, thanks for joining us. We hear you two are launching the Flavor Lab. Tell us more." He nods, gesturing with his hands in that confident swirl. "Yeah, we're aiming to host monthly dinners that illustrate the science behind every dish. Think molecular gastronomy meets old world flavors. We want guests to learn while they feast." The crowd oohs, fascinated. Fiona claps. "That's fantastic. And personally, you had quite a heartfelt confession on air during the finale. How's that going?" She leans forward, microphone angled. I tense, heart pounding. Is she about to push for a big reveal? Luca exhales, flicking me a sidelong glance. There's vulnerability in his eyes, the same raw sincerity he showed on that stage. It's going well, he says softly, turning to me. Every day we figure it out a bit more. Fiona hums conspiratorially. Well, the audience loves a good love story, especially one that merges cooking and romance. Any big future plans, like a wedding? She tosses the question like a live grenade, and the audience titters. My cheeks blaze. Classic. I'm about to deflect when Luca unexpectedly straightens, something shifting in his posture. My pulse spikes. He meets my gaze, eyes shining nerves and determination. Oh no, is he about to? He clears his throat, glances at the audience, then back at me. Actually, he says, voice unsteady, I do have something to share. My heart stutters. The entire studio hushes. Even Fiona looks caught off guard. Luca reaches into his coat pocket, and my stomach flips so hard I almost drop the binder in my lap. He can't be. He pulls out a small velvet box, breathing shakily. My vision tunnels. The audience collectively gasps. Harper, Luca says, voice thick. I know we've had drama and rumors. We've fought and made up. We've cooked our hearts out. But through it all, you're the one who keeps me grounded. We found real synergy beyond cameras, beyond scandal. Tears prick my eyes. He's proposing on national television? Adrenaline floods me, reminding me of the day he declared love in front of the world. I told him I needed time. But as he opens the box, revealing a simple but elegant ring, my heart lurches. This time I feel ready. He glances at Fiona, who's wide-eyed but silent, mic lowered. The audience is so quiet I can hear my own breathing. I want to do this publicly because I'm not hiding anymore, Luca continues, voice trembling. But it's your call, Harp. If you say yes, it's because you choose this, not for the cameras. But I want to marry you. I want to build a life and a career where we create new recipes and new memories side by side. Will you marry me? A hush, so loud it's deafening. Tears blur my vision, my chest nodding with a rush of love, relief, and excitement. This is it. A leap of faith. I look at Luca, my fearless partner. The man who once fled college but came back stronger. The man who stuck by me even when rumors tried to tear us apart. Do I trust him? Yes, wholeheartedly. Yes, I whisper, voice cracking. The studio explodes into cheers and applause. Luca's face breaks into the most radiant grin, tears glinting in his eyes. He slips the ring onto my trembling finger, and I leap into his arms, forgetting about cameras, forgetting about everything but the certainty that we're doing this together. Fiona, half laughing, half crying, tries to salvage the show, babbling about how romantic this is. The audience roars with approval. Confetti might as well be raining down. I bury my face in Luca's neck, tears soaking his collar as he kisses the top of my head. I choose him, scandal or not. We stand in the heart of the Flavor Lab, a newly renovated culinary science workshop tucked in a converted warehouse downtown. High ceilings, polished concrete floors, rows of stainless steel counters, and advanced lab equipment line the walls. We've hosted a few soft launch events, and tomorrow is our grand opening. I'm half thrilled, half petrified, but Luca's grin is unstoppable as he surveys the space, hands on his hips. Look at it, he murmurs, pride lighting his face. We've come so far. I nod, stepping around a station where flasks of colored liquids wait for demonstration. We sure did. A wave of nostalgia hits. Chef's Flame, the old rumor fiasco, our final triumph. The ring on my left hand catches the overhead light, sending a tiny glint. Warmth floods me. I said yes to him, publicly. The tabloids, predictably had a field day, but we weathered it. Some called it the biggest cooking showmance turned real. Others stayed cynical. We ignored them, forging ahead with our workshops. And each day, I believe more in his sincerity. We drift toward the test kitchen area. I catch a glimpse of our reflection in the mirrored glass, me in my crisp lab coat, him in a casual chef's jacket. Our synergy is plain in the comfortable way we stand together, shoulders touching. "Want to do a final run-through for tomorrow's demonstration?" he asks, eyebrows raised. "Show our donors and early adopters how science and flair unite?" I grin, recalling we're unveiling a sweet and spicy dessert that encapsulates everything we do, a chili-infused chocolate mousse with an edible sugar lattice formed by my temperature-precise method. "Yes, let's go. You handle the chili, I'll handle the sugar formation." He clasps my hand, leading me to the station. "Deal. But be warned. I'm adding an extra pinch of chipotle for heat." I snort. "You always do. And I always have to calibrate it so it doesn't destroy taste buds. The perfect representation of our relationship, balancing extremes." He laughs, handing me a measuring spoon. Extremes that match, I'd say. We work in tandem, prepping cocoa powder, whisking in chili, heating sugar to the precise temperature for my lattice. The industrial stove hums, the overhead lights bright, but no cameras lurk, no producers directing us. This is purely for us, and for the grand opening tomorrow. My chest swells with a sense of belonging. At one point, I nearly overheat the sugar solution. Luca notices me drifting into thought and nudges my elbow. "Careful, Doc," he teases. Daydreaming about the honeymoon? My cheeks flame. "Shut up," I retort with a laugh, but my heart flips at the mention of our upcoming wedding. We're still planning it. He wants something big and boisterous. I want a small, elegant ceremony. We'll probably compromise with a lively but carefully orchestrated event. We always find synergy. We assemble the dessert. A silky chili chocolate mousse base, a swirl of spiced whipped cream, and the delicate sugar lattice that crackles under gentle pressure. Testing a spoonful, I close my eyes. Heaven. The chili heat lingers, underscored by rich chocolate. Luca watches my reaction, lips quirking. "Good?" I open my eyes, letting out a contented sigh. "Good." I offer him a spoonful. He tastes, moaning theatrically in delight. My chest warms. Even in a quiet moment, we find joy. No cameras needed. Satisfied, we clean up, storing the dessert in a small fridge for tomorrow's demonstration. As we're wiping down counters, Luca sets the towel aside, tugging me gently into his arms. My breath catches. "Hey, we have more prep," I protest half-heartedly. He presses a soft kiss to my temple. "We have a lifetime of prep, but can I steal a moment?" My chest constricts with affection. The ring on my finger, a steady reminder that we're building a future. "Steal away," I murmur. He grins, tilting my chin up for a kiss. We share it there in the luminous hush of the flavor lab, the air thick with the aroma of chocolate and chili, sweet and spicy, just like us. He pulls back, eyes shining. "We're unstoppable, you know," he whispers, echoing the words we once tossed around as a half-joke. Now it feels like a vow. I nod, tears prickling. "Yes, unstoppable in and out of the kitchen." We exchange a look of pure understanding, no reservations. The synergy we discovered on that reality show has grown into something bigger, rooted in trust, love, and a dash of unpredictability. We might still face tabloids or professional challenges, but I realize it doesn't matter. Together, we can cook up solutions and happiness. With a final squeeze of his hand, I step away, reaching for a bowl of fresh strawberries. "Think we should add a garnish to that dessert tomorrow?" I ask, voice light. "Something tangy to offset the chili chocolate?" He arches a brow. Sure, I'll trust your logic. I'll add the flair. A wave of gratitude floods me. Logic and flair. That's us. I hand him a strawberry, and he takes a teasing bite, offering me the rest. We laugh. A soft, intimate sound. In that laughter, I feel the messy journey we survived. Heartbreak, rumor storms, forced proximity, redemption. Now we stand in the same kitchen, forging a future that merges my science with his spontaneity. Our perfect balance. We share the strawberry sweetness, leaning into each other with quiet smiles. The final image of us, cooking together, tasting something that's both sweet and spicy, captures everything. Our synergy, our love, our new life beyond the show's glare. And that's more real and more satisfying than any trophy or televised spectacle could ever be.
Chapter 26. Luca. 10 months later, I wake up to the muffled clatter of pots in the next room, my heart thrumming with nerves and excitement. Outside, dawn breaks with a soft glow that filters through the curtains of a borrowed cottage kitchen, our makeshift staging ground for the biggest day of my life, my wedding to Harper. 10 months since we won Chef's Flame, 10 months of daily synergy in cooking and in love, and somehow we've survived every media circus, every doubt. Now we're here, about to say I do in front of everyone who matters. I roll out of bed, scrubbing sleep from my eyes. It's early, too early for normal humans, but apparently not for the small army of loved ones who insisted on helping us set up. They're clanking dishes, double-checking last-minute details in the next room. I fight a groan, running a hand through my dark hair. At least they haven't barged in with cameras. We learned from the fiasco of Chef's Flame that we want a day of genuine intimacy, free from broadcast hype. Stepping into the main room, I see Chef Delgado, my old mentor, crouching by a massive cooler, rummaging for fresh herbs. He insisted on overseeing the wedding menu, determined to honor both of us as chefs. My pulse warms. He's gone all out. Talia, my longtime sous chef, greets me with a grin and a wave, too busy arranging crates of produce to talk. The space is chaos, a swirl of carefully labeled boxes, half-assembled floral arrangements, table linens. All for the wedding that starts in, I check my phone, 5 hours. A flutter of nerves twists in my stomach. 5 hours until I see Harper walk down the aisle. My throat tightens with a fierce wave of emotion. I can do this. We can do this. We spent months planning something that reflects our story, a wedding themed around fusion and flame, combining cooking demonstrations with romantic touches. We want guests to enjoy an immersive experience that merges science, spontaneity, and love, our brand in a nutshell. Before I can sneak out for a calming breath, the door to the side porch swings open. Tim, our old Chef's Flame buddy, pokes his head in, hair tousled. "Morning, groom," he calls, lugging a box of table decorations. "Ready to tie the knot?" My heart gives a jitter. As ready as I'll ever be. I force a grin. Tim laughs, setting the box on a table. He's the one who gave me pep talks back on the show, and now he's here for the final push. The reality hits me hard. I'm about to vow forever to Harper. I swallow, letting the thought settle. Yes, forever. No more running, no more sabotage. I slip outside, craving fresh air. The cottage sits on a small farm property we rented for the weekend. Rolling fields, a converted barn for the reception, a picturesque orchard for the ceremony. The morning sun glows over the orchard, making everything look like a painting. I breathe in the crisp, sweet air, mind spinning with last-minute anxieties. Will the experimental wedding menu actually impress everyone? Will Harper's father from across the country arrive on time? Did the officiant confirm the final script? Movement in the orchard catches my eye. Luca Moretti's father approaching, hands in his pockets. Right, my father. My heart clenches. We've had our own rocky path. He wasn't always around, but in the past year we've bridged gaps. He waves, a tentative smile on his rugged face. "Son, you all right?" he asks softly. I nod, returning his hug. Nervous, I admit, but good nervous. He pats my back, eyes glistening with emotion. She's a gem. You too. Unstoppable. The word triggers a surge of warmth. Unstoppable. That's me and Harper. I muster a smile, then say goodbye, heading back inside to dress. Time to get ready for the ceremony. I rummage in the cottage's small bedroom for the tux we carefully chose. Charcoal gray, with a subtle embroidered chili pepper on the inside lining, a playful nod to my spicy cooking style. My stomach flips as I slip into it, adjusting the cuffs. Chef Delgado insisted we incorporate details that reflect us, from small chili motifs on the men's suits to molecular diagrams of sugar on the bridesmaids' dresses. A science meets culinary wedding. People might call us eccentric, but that's the point. A knock. Tim again, brandishing a matching chili pepper boutonniere. Here you go, man, he teases, pinning it to my lapel. You look, 8 out of 10. I snort, nerves rattling. Thanks. That's reassuring. He grins. Harper's easily a 12, so you'll be balanced. You said so yourself. Synergy. My throat tightens. Harper. My mind conjures an image of her in a wedding dress. No, I haven't seen it yet, but I imagine it's something that blends elegance with a playful scientific flourish. The mere thought of her waiting at the orchard's makeshift altar makes my pulse pound. Yes, synergy indeed. Barely an hour later, I'm standing under a simple wooden arch draped in fresh herbs and floral arrangements. The orchard's rows of apple trees form a natural aisle. Rows of chairs hold friends, family, and a few close fans who supported us from the beginning. The sun hovers overhead, bright but not scorching, a gentle breeze rustling leaves. It smells like thyme and mint, courtesy of Chef Delgado's decorative touches. Music starts, a violin piece that transitions into a gentle acoustic guitar, orchestrated by Harper's best friend, Bree. My heart slams as the wedding party processes. Tim, Talia, and some of our chef's flame pals. Then the music changes, and Harper appears at the orchard's edge, her arm linked with her father's. My breath stalls. She's radiant. The dress fits her petite frame, white with subtle embroidered chemical formulas at the hem, a secret nod to her science passion. Her eyes lock on mine, shining with tears and something like joy. She approaches, each step measured, hazel eyes misty. In this moment, I'd marry her in 1,000 different ways. Finally, she stands before me, letting her father hand her over with trembling pride. The officiant, a kindly older woman who knows both our families, begins the ceremony. My pulse hammers. Welcome, the officiant says, smiling at the crowd. We gather to celebrate Harper and Luca's union, a testament to synergy and love forged through flame and creativity. A ripple of gentle laughter warms the orchard. Yes, synergy and love. My hands tighten around Harper's. She gazes up at me, tears shimmering. We exchange vows that we wrote ourselves, peppered with references to cooking and trust. She promises to never let me oversalt again. I promise to keep her from overthinking the temperature controls. Laughter rises from the crowd, tears glisten in eyes, and my voice shakes as I utter the words, I choose you, Harper, in every kitchen, every challenge, every victory. Her vow nearly wrecks me, referencing how we overcame sabotage, rumors, heartbreak. You taught me that precise measurement and wild flair can coexist, she says, voice breaking. I trust you, Luca, to stand beside me, even when the cameras fade. My chest aches with adoration. Yes, that's us. The officiant declares us husband and wife. My heart threatens to burst. I kiss Harper, the orchard erupting in applause and cheers. The taste of her lips is sweet, the promise of the future sweeter. Next, the reception in a converted barn decorated with swirling lights, table centerpieces made from cooking utensils and test tubes sprouting flowers. The vibe is part rustic, part geek chic. Each table has a mini Bunsen burner for fun s'mores experiments. Harp's idea, obviously. The The entire place smells like fresh herbs and sizzling meats, courtesy of Chef Delgado's open cooking station at one corner. We greet guests, stomachs fluttering with excitement. People keep congratulating us, snapping pictures. At one point, I slip behind the buffet to check on the marinade for a cameo dish we insisted on including, the saffron-laced risotto that won us Chef's Flame, a symbolic nod to our winning synergy. Harper corners me, eyes gleaming. Sneaking to the buffet? On our wedding day? She's in her wedding dress, looking impossibly gorgeous and slightly mischievous. I grin, heart buoyant. Just making sure Delgado doesn't overspice it. You know me. She laughs, leaning in. Yes, I do. And you know I'll triple-check the seasoning balance. Our foreheads touch, a tender moment. People might be watching, but I don't care. This day's about us. Time flows in a joyous blur. Tim gives a hilarious speech about how Harper and I bickered through half the competition but secretly anchored each other. Talia jokes that I once nearly set the dorm kitchen on fire, but Harper's precise calculations saved me. My father stands up with watery eyes, expressing pride in the synergy we've built. Harper's dad chokes up, praising her brilliance. It's a swirl of heartfelt tributes that leave me blinking back tears. Then we cut the wedding cake, a layered masterpiece shaped like a double helix for her scientific flair with chili chocolate filling. We feed each other slices, icing smearing our lips. She pretends to dab some on my nose. I retaliate with a playful smear on her chin. Laughter from guests ripples. This is pure happiness. As the night deepens, the barn's dance floor opens. We share a first dance, swaying to a gentle ballad. No flambe, no drama, just us. Her head rests on my shoulder, breath warm against my neck. My chest tightens with gratitude. We're here, no cameras forcing it. Our wedding. Midway through the dance, I can't contain a surge of emotion. Harp, I murmur, voice catching. She lifts her gaze, eyes curious. The crowd stands at a respectful distance, letting us have this moment. I have something else for you, I say quietly. It's a vow I wrote, but didn't get to say in front of everyone. My voice trembles. She nods, tears welling already. I press my forehead to hers, letting the music swirl around us. I vow to respect your methodical approach, to let your data guide me, yet never lose my intuitive spark. I vow to never sabotage your dream, to stand behind you in every new lab experiment. I vow to love you with a flame that doesn't extinguish when the cameras turn off, and to forever remember that synergy is built, day by day. She sniffles, tears rolling. I love you, she whispers, pressing a kiss to my cheek. Thank you. I vow the same. After hours of dancing, toasting, and tearful goodbyes, we slip away to the secluded cottage we rented. No camera crew, no prying eyes. The guests continue partying, but we want to spend our wedding night in quiet privacy. I drive us down a winding road, Harper dozing in the passenger seat, her hand locked with mine, the ring glinting softly. My heart overflows. This is real, stable. Ours! At the cottage, we step inside, exhaustion mingling with the throbbing awareness we're newly married. She sets down her bouquet, rummaging for a hair tie to free her curls. My chest tightens at how breathtaking she looks, wedding dress still hugging her figure. Last night's final vow surges in my mind, fueling a tidal wave of desire and devotion. She notices my intent gaze, cheeks blooming pink. What? She asks, half shy, half amused. Just admiring my wife, I murmur, stepping closer. The word wife stirs a thrilling ache. She swallows, lips parting. In a moment of silent accord, we come together, arms wrapping around each other, lips meeting in a slow, reverent kiss. The tension of the day seeps away, replaced by an intimate warmth. She sighs into my mouth, fingers sliding up my shoulders to tangle in my hair. God, how did I ever get this lucky? I guide her back toward the bedroom, weaving through the scattered wedding paraphernalia, her fancy heels kicked aside, my jacket thrown over a chair. We reach the bed, softly lit by a single bedside lamp. The hush is profound. My heart pounds with the knowledge that we're forging a new memory, untainted by public spectacle. She stands at the foot of the bed, wedding dress trailing, eyes locked on mine. I move behind her, fumbling with the zipper. She giggles at my clumsiness, the nerves making me flush. "You can cook a 10-course meal, but you can't handle a zipper?" she teases, voice breathy. I huff a soft laugh. "I can handle it," I retort, finally easing it down. The dress slips off her shoulders, revealing the delicate lace beneath. My pulse skyrockets. She steps out of the gown, letting it pool on the floor. I suck in a sharp breath at the sight of her in white lingerie that highlights every curve. "Harp," I breathe, awe flooding me. She lifts her chin, a playful glint in her gaze. "Your turn, chef." I grin, tugging off my tie, fumbling with the shirt buttons. She helps, hands shaking with equal anticipation. Soon we're down to bare skin, each breath hitching with every step. Her fingers trail my chest, tracing the faint lines of muscle. I lean in, capturing her lips in a deeper kiss, tongues meeting in a slow dance. We ease onto the bed, limbs tangling. Soft moans fill the quiet room. There's no frantic rush, just unhurried exploration, a joyous reaffirmation. My hands map her body, reacquainting with every sweet spot. She arches under me, nails skimming my back, fueling my desire. The rhythm builds, hot but tender, balanced by our long-standing closeness. Every brush of skin triggers a wave of warmth. She gasps my name when I trail kisses down her neck. I murmur endearments about how beautiful she looks, how I can't believe we're here, newly married.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 27. Harper. 3 years later, I wake up to a rush of ocean air, sunlight streaming through gauzy curtains, and the muted sound of seagulls in the distance. For a full minute, I lie still, inhaling the faint salt tang. It's been 3 years since Luca and I said, "I do." And while we've shared countless mornings in our own bed back home, none feel quite like this. We're on vacation, an honest-to-goodness family vacation, all four of us, though the word vacation might be a bit misleading when you have 2-year-old twins determined to test your limits from dawn to dusk. I pull the sheet higher under my chin, savoring the quiet hush of the Mediterranean breeze rippling through the balcony door. The villa we rented stands on a cliffside in southern Italy, overlooking turquoise water and a slice of white sand beach. Yesterday, I spent an hour on that beach wrangling my curly-haired boy, who discovered a deep love for flinging wet sand at seagulls, and my curly-haired girl, who squealed every time a wave lapped her tiny toes. Chaos, but the sweetest kind. Luca's side of the bed is empty. The rumpled sheets a sign he left earlier. My heart gives a familiar flutter. Even after all these years, 2 on the show, plus 3 of marriage. He's never lost that habit of rising early, floating to the kitchen in a chef's coat or sweatpants, brainstorming recipes. But now, with the twins around, he often sneaks off to entertain them so I can sleep. Bless that man. I force myself upright, blinking the last of sleep from my eyes. The mirror opposite the bed reflects a more mature version of me, hair pinned in a messy knot, faint laugh lines that I blame on chasing toddlers, and a glint of contentment I didn't have back when Chef's Flame ended. We found our way here, I think, smiling faintly as I recall the heartbreak and triumph that started our story. Now, a new chapter is unfolding, one full of love, synergy, and comedic meltdown moments, courtesy of two pint-sized hurricanes named Aiden and Lily Moretti. I pad across the cool tile floor, pulling on a lightweight robe. From the living area, I hear the muffled hum of childish voices. My kiddos. Aiden's voice is higher, Lily's more insistent. Luca's deeper tone threads through, offering calm, comedic commentary. I grin at the domestic lullaby. Time to join the madness. As soon as I step into the open-plan kitchen, I'm greeted by the sight of Luca standing at a small stove, stirring scrambled eggs in one pan and flipping something in another. He's wearing casual shorts and a t-shirt, hair sticking up in every direction. It's strangely endearing, seeing him handle a simple breakfast with the same dedication he'd give a 5-star dish. But his eyebrows are knotted in concentration. Something's up. Two small figures perch at the breakfast table, sippy cups in hand. Aiden, curly black hair that matches Luca's, eyes bright as marbles, is banging his spoon on the table. Lily, also curly-haired but sporting a pink bow she insisted on wearing to bed, bounces in her seat chanting, "Eggy, eggy, eggy," in a sing-song. My heart swells at the adorable pandemonium. Luca shoots me a wry grin over his shoulder. "Morning, Doc," he says quietly, referencing my old nickname from Chef's Flame. We don't use it often now, but sometimes, in these domestic moments, it resurfaces as a private joke. "Hope you slept well. I've got baby-friendly eggs almost ready, but we ran out of bread for toast. I tried to make pancakes, but, He gestures to a small burnt mass in the corner. "Let's just say I forgot the ratio for fluffiness and turned them into hockey pucks." A laugh bursts out of me, reminiscent of the comedic tension we once thrived on. "You, the champion chef, messed up pancakes?" I tease, crossing to the table to plant a quick kiss on each toddler's head. Lily giggles, patting my face, while Aiden waves his spoon dangerously close to my nose. Luca makes a face. My brain is half asleep. These two woke me up at 5 to watch the sunrise. I'd kill for a cappuccino, but I'm afraid to lose track of them if I turn my back. I shrug. "I'll handle the coffee. You handle the eggs. Team synergy, right?" He smirks, returning to the stove. "Synergy?" he echoes, voice warm. While I prep the espresso maker, the twins babble about fishies. Yesterday's beach adventure remains top of mind. Occasionally chanting, "Mama, Mama," or "Papa, Papa," my chest aches with a sweet mix of exasperation and pride. We made two small humans who talk about fishies and pancake fiascos. If the tabloids could see us now, two famed chefs turned parents, stumbling over toddler meltdown and burnt pancakes. It's comedic gold, but it's also our real unfiltered life. A minute later, I produce 2 steaming cappuccinos, handing one to Luca. He drains half in a single gulp, moaning with relief. "Oh God, that's perfect. Thank you." Then he plates the scrambled eggs, sprinkling a dash of grated cheese on top. The kids squeal. Lily tries to grab the plate before it's set down, prompting Luca to gently wrestle it from her. "Hold on, Piccolina. Hot." I stifle a laugh as I watch him blow on the eggs to cool them. Something I never pictured the flamboyant Luca Moretti doing in our Chef's Flame days. But fatherhood suits him in ways I can't describe. He's turned that flashy charm into a goofy paternal devotion. "Bite size, buddy," he warns Aiden, cutting the eggs into small pieces. Aiden promptly stuffs an entire handful into his mouth, eggs dribbling down his chin. Luca sighs, and I giggle, stepping forward with a napkin to wipe our son's face. Between scolding Aiden to chew slowly and stopping Lily from flinging spoonfuls of egg across the room. We somehow manage a half-civilized breakfast. The eggs taste surprisingly good. Luca never fails with savory dishes. But we do mourn the lack of toast or successful pancakes. The comedic fiasco reminds me of how we once messed up a midnight meal in college, except now we have two tiny critiques screeching feedback. Never a dull moment. After breakfast, we wrangle the kids into day clothes. Lily demands a specific pink t-shirt with a cartoon fish, while Aiden insists on carrying a plastic spatula from the kitchen as a souvenir. Luca and I exchange amused glances. Just let them have their quirks. We're used to it. Then we load them into a little wagon to trek down a short path leading to the beach. Another day of fun in the sun awaits. The path winds between olive trees, the air filled with sweet, sun-warmed leaves. Lily tries to stand in the wagon, nearly toppling out. I gasp, lunging to steady her. Luca gently tugs her back down. "Sit, Principessa," he coaxes, voice gentle but firm. She pouts but obeys. Aiden giggles, waving his spatula at the trees. My chest swells with gratitude as Luca and I walk side by side, wagon handle in his grip, toddlers squealing about who gets to ring the little wagon bell. This could be a scene from any family's vacation, but for me, it's the pinnacle of everything I once feared losing. After the fiasco of Chef's Flame, after the rumors, the heartbreak, we found a real life, a family life. And yes, it's chaotic, but I wouldn't trade it. We reached the beach, a cove of golden sand dotted with a few early morning sunbathers. The Mediterranean sparkles, waves lapping gently. We find a spot near a rocky outcrop, setting up a modest picnic area. Luca's rummaging in a cooler for snacks he prepared last night. Fruit slices, homemade crackers, a tiny jar of jam. The kids bounce in the sand, squealing. "Fishies, fishies," Lily chants, remembering the small fish that swam near shore yesterday. I roll out a beach blanket, calling them to my side for sunscreen. Yes, we're those parents. Aiden whines, hating the sticky lotion. Lily tries to run off mid-application, prompting Luca to scoop her up, pressing a playful kiss to her squirming head. Eventually, we get them coated enough to prevent sunburn. Success. Then they toddle off, investigating shells near the water's edge. As we watch them pat the sand with tiny fists, Luca pulls me into a gentle side hug. "Hey," he murmurs. "Remember how we once said synergy doesn't end at cooking?" He glances fondly at the kids. I think we extended synergy to every corner of life. I let out a soft laugh, leaning my head on his shoulder. We sure did. Hard to believe we used to think winning a televised cooking competition was our biggest challenge. I recall the meltdown that was rumored heartbreak, the tabloids accusing us of faking. That all fades to the background now. But we ended up building the flavor lab, your supper clubs, the traveling workshops, even wrote half a cookbook. We can handle anything. He nods, gazing out at Aiden, who's determinedly stacking shells. I was worried we'd lose ourselves once the cameras left. But we found something better, real life. The kids keep us grounded. We keep each other motivated. It's everything I never knew I wanted. My heart flutters. Same. We might do more TV appearances, but it's on our terms now. No forced romance, no sabotage drama. Then I grin, recalling we have a big project lined up in a few months, a special culinary meets science docuseries that approached us after seeing the Flavor Lab's success. We said yes, but only if we retain creative control. We're not repeating old mistakes. He slips an arm around my waist, pressing a kiss to my temple. "I love you, Doc," he says, voice thick with affection. "Thank you for building this life with me." Tears prick my eyes. "I love you too," I murmur. Then, with a teasing grin, "Though I might love you more if you managed to keep the kids from dunking themselves in the ocean fully clothed." He laughs, noticing Lily waddling dangerously close to deeper water. With comedic speed, he springs up, racing to intercept her. She shrieks happily, arms outstretched. I watch them, heart melting at how seamlessly he's become their champion. Aiden lags behind, shoving his spatula into a sand mound, apparently fixated on some beachy cooking game. My chest fills with quiet joy. After a couple hours of watery fun, the kids grow cranky. We coax them back to the villa for lunch. Simple sandwiches and leftover jam Luca whipped up, and then deposit them in the bedroom for a much-needed nap. For a moment, the villa hushes with toddler snores. Luca and I collapse on the terrace, sipping iced tea, letting the tension drain. The sea sparkles below, a gentle lull. He sets down his glass, eyes drifting to me. So, what do you think about opening a second flavor lab location in New York? He arches a brow, referencing a conversation we had last month. I know it's big, but we have staff we trust, and maybe we can shuttle between coasts. My pulse quickens with the possibility. I'd love that, but the twins, traveling back and forth might be tough. My mind whirs, calculating schedules, childcare, potential school concerns. He shrugs. We can figure it out. Maybe wait until they're older, or do shorter stints. I just want us to keep growing. I feel unstoppable with you by my side. A smile tugs at my lips. You're unstoppable with or without me, but synergy is better. He laughs, leaning over to drop a kiss on my forehead. We'll talk, no pressure. Just dream big, just like we did on that stage. My chest warms. We're living the dream, Luca. By late afternoon, the kids wake, bright-eyed and ravenous. We corral them on the patio for a small dinner, the sunset painting the sky gold. Lily babbles about fishies and shells. Aiden tries to feed Luca a piece of tomato. Luca humors him, letting out an exaggerated that makes the twins giggle hysterically. It's the simplest joys that define us now. Once dinner ends, I sense the kids getting restless, so we propose a short stroll along the orchard path. They waddle side by side, hands full of random leaves and small pebbles, chattering in half-coherent phrases. Luca and I walk behind, occasionally exchanging glances of amusement. This is better than any after-show party or red carpet event. Then Luca pauses, kneeling to help Lily tie her little shoe, which she's half undone in curiosity. I watch him, a swirl of affection washing over me. He used to be the cocky chef who charmed anyone with a grin. Now he's kneeling in the dirt, carefully retying a toddler's shoe. My heart squeezes with gratitude. Aiden tugs on my hand, pointing at a low-hanging orange on a nearby tree. Orange, Mama, he announces, excited. I kneel, plucking it gently, then peel it enough for him to taste. He squeals at the tang. Luca laughs, rummaging for a tissue to wipe Aiden's sticky chin. The orchard glows with the last of the sun's rays, a scene so perfect, I half expect a camera crew to burst out and demand retakes. But that's behind us. This moment is ours alone. Twilight deepens as we head back to the villa, children in our arms. The day's adventures have worn them down. Aiden's already half asleep on Luca's shoulder, Lily yawning and drooling on my own. Despite the sticky mess, my heart thrums with contentment. Inside the villa, we tuck the kids into a shared bed, reading a silly story about a chef who tries to feed a dinosaur molecular foam. They drift off, lulled by our quiet voices. I can't help smiling as I watch their closed lids, their small chests rising and falling. My life might be chaotic, but it's undeniably full. Once the kids are settled, Luca and I tiptoe to the balcony, stars emerging overhead. The sea murmurs below, a gentle hush. We settle on a lounge chair, me leaning against his chest, his arm circling my waist. For a time, we say nothing, letting the night cradle us. 3 years of marriage, 2-year-old twins, a swirl of professional expansions. Somehow we keep pace. Eventually, I sigh contentedly. I never imagined this. Back when we were on Chef's Flame, I thought if we won, we'd just be top chefs, maybe run a fancy restaurant. I never pictured a cozy orchard evening with 2 kids asleep inside. He presses his lips to my hair. Me neither, but look how much sweeter it is. His hand slides to my ring, thumb grazing it softly. We keep cooking up surprises. I smirk, nuzzling closer. We do. And maybe it's time we tackle that second Flavor Lab location. We can adapt the schedule, bring the kids sometimes. Imagine them running around a test kitchen. He laughs low and warm. They'll probably try to sabotage our molecular spherification, fling foam at the sous chefs. But, yeah, I'd love that. The quiet hum of night envelops us. My mind flickers with future visions, balancing expansions, maybe building a team that allows us to juggle parenthood. The tabloids have moved on to new drama, leaving us to real messy life, and somehow real life is exactly what I needed. Funny how I once dreaded losing control, only to discover that letting go can lead to deeper happiness. I tilt my head, catching Luca's gaze, the starlight reflecting in his eyes. Thank you, I whisper, voice tight with emotion, for sticking with me, for building a family, for never letting sabotage or rumors break us. His fingers thread through mine, a small smile curving his mouth. You're my synergy, Doc. Always have been. I can't imagine a day without you, or the chaos of our mini-chefs. We share a soft laugh. Then, gently, he cups my cheek, leaning in for a lingering kiss under the star-speckled sky. My heart melts, recalling the first time we almost kissed in a college dorm. The Chef's Flame meltdown, the wedding vow, the nights we cradled 2 screaming infants. Now, here we are, no cameras, no forced storyline, just love in its purest messy form. The kiss ends with us breathing each other's scent. I rest my head on his chest, content. The orchard hush surrounds us, kids sleeping inside, the ocean whispering beyond. This is our epilogue, a life we've built from heartbreak to synergy, from rumor fiascos to unstoppable family. His arm tightens around me. We should get some rest, he murmurs, or we'll be zombies when the twins wake at dawn. I grin into his shirt. Zombies or not, we'll manage. We always do. A comfortable silence settles. In the distance, a night breeze rustles the olive branches, reminding me of how fleeting moments can be. But I cling to the knowledge that each new day we face, we do it together, blending science and flair, logic and passion, heartbreak and healing. We're unstoppable. Luca, me, and our 2 little ones, cooking up a life as sweet and spicy as any dish we've ever created. I close my eyes, inhaling the warm scent of him, letting the promise of tomorrow fill my mind. Yes, we'll keep going, keep cooking, keep loving, because that's what synergy means, and we've perfected it in the best way possible. Our final act is just the beginning of many more chapters, twin meltdown chapters included, and I wouldn't trade it for the world.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.